The Leadership Playbook. Creating a Coaching Culture to Build Winning Business Teams. By Jamail Nathans. First pitch. My son's Little League team lost its first game so bad that the umpires called the game under the mercy rule. This rule, also known as the slaughter rule, is invoked when one team has an insurmountable lead. It protects the emotional stability of the children, parents, and coach of the team getting skunked. I was the coach. The second game we got a couple of runs but still lost. We won the third games. After our win, I got the kids together outside the dugout. With their parents looking on, I asked them if they felt better this week when we won than the previous weeks when we lost. They all said yes. See, it does matter if you win or lose, I told them. In sports, winning and losing matters. It matters. It does not matter if you are dealing with kids or colleagues. No team, period, can go onto a field expecting to lose the game. And it is a coach's job to instill this mindset in the team. A mindset that makes the team believe it can win every game and thus play every game to win. But as I told my Little League kids, winning is not just about results. Their desire to win as a team was much more important than the result of the game. After all, sometimes teams win just for showing up and lose even though they do everything right. The important thing is to have a winning attitude. To lose with confidence and win with modesty. Everything I said to my son's Little League team has the essential ingredients for success for any coach. Making the team members believe in themselves. Mandating that the entire team work together. Pushing the team to achieve success. Encouraging a winning attitude. Creating a team culture that supports all these things. Think about it. The people who helped make you successful in sports, school, or any part of your life that required your best performance were the ones who constantly challenged you. They inspired you, drove you, and did not take less than the best you could be. And they were right to do so. Our goal as business leaders should be to do the same with our people. But most times we just do not. That is because most businesses do not have coaching cultures and leaders who are coaches. They have management cultures and leaders who are managers. Coaches cannot thrive in management cultures that expect its leaders to pay attention to individuals more than to the team. Cultures that handle problems reactively, focus on reforming the poorest performers, avoid conflict, and mostly just step back and let people do their jobs. A coaching culture expects the exact opposite of its leaders. To believe the team is more important than the results of an individual. To get involved before action is needed. To focus on the top performers who deserve their attention. To embrace conflict and always get on the field and practice with the team. These are the missing elements in business and business leadership today. Cultures that support a transformation of managers into coaches and help them develop the skills to do so. What if I told my Little League boys to work as a team and play with a winning attitude, but did not practice during the week or scrimmage game situations? We might never have won a games. It is not enough to talk about it. The same is true in business. We cannot simply say we want our leaders to coach their teams. We need to show them how to be coaches. But for too long, the business world has lacked a clear and effective instruction on the skills, disciplines, and executable tasks necessary to turn leaders into coaches. That is no different from saying, I want my accountant to be an engineer, but I am not going to teach her how to become one. This is why the first parts of my book focus on understanding the differences between managing and coaching. And then developing the fundamental skills, from practicing to making tough decisions to motivation, that leaders need to create and coach dynamic, motivated, high-functioning teams. Once I cover those skills, the last part of the book shows leaders what they need to do to change the culture of their department or business, for supporting and sustaining their transformation from manager to coach. Sounds great, right? So why are there not more coaches and coaching cultures in business? Is it just the absence of a book like this? No, it is because coaching is hard. Coaching does not just happen. Coaching takes time and constant effort to make it the core of a business's leadership principles. Coaching does not work if it is optional. These lessons must be implemented and made mandatory. We cannot simply try and fit coaching into our days. It never fits. Consider the first coaching activities we will cover in this book, practicing and scrimmaging. Professional business teams, unlike any professional sports teams, rarely practice. Why? It is not because we do not know that practice is essential to a team's success. But practicing takes time to set up, and weeks and months of constant work to achieve great results. How can we possibly squeeze it into a list already overflowing with high-priority tasks? There is just no time. But everyone says that. We may be busy, but are we being productive? Coaching makes us productive, but that productivity can be hard to wait for, when we always feel we need some results now. That is another big obstacle to creating coaches and coaching cultures. There is little instant gratification in coaching. Gratification comes in achieving better results months down the road. When I show business leaders how to practice and scrimmage, they never leave the room saying genius. But while the overall results take time, the change in the team's morale, just from paying attention to them and instilling a winning attitude, happens much faster. Truth is, there is a bigger reason we resist the changes needed to turn managers into coaches. We are afraid of what we might find. We are scared that when we begin to coach our people, we will find out that those people are not as good as we thought. That does not only make us scared, it makes us selfish. We do not want to deal with and take responsibility for all the inevitable work and conflict that comes from this change. Nobody likes making the tough decisions coaches need to make to move people up or out of the organization. Instead, we say things like, if I have to get rid of that guy, I will have to confront him directly, and then do all his work while I work to replace him, and I do not want to do it. It is much easier to ignore the problem and hope it goes away. Yet it never does. And I know this not because I write books about it, but because I have lived it myself. I learned all I know about coaching as an everyday businessperson, probably just like you. Before starting my own small businesses and becoming a consultant for dozens of large and small companies nationwide, I spent more than 2 decades leading teams in corporate America. I was an executive sales director for a Fortune 500 company. I have seen the same leadership problems, top to bottom, in every one of them. I am the last person, however, who will say all this knowledge and experience makes me smarter than anyone else. I was a C- student, so I am not always the sharpest tool in the shed. I cannot pick out my own clothes, hairstyle, or furniture. Yet none of that has any effect on whether I or anyone can be a good coach. Coaches in sports and business often do not have or never had the skills of their best players. Coaching has little to do with God-given talent, and past performance is no indicator of whether someone can be an effective leader, let alone a great coach. This is why it is the rare star athlete, or smartest person in the room, who becomes or even wants to become a coach. To become a coach means challenging everything you think and do as a leader today. Coaching has to do with belief more than brilliance, and with attitude as much as aptitude. And that is what I want this book to do. I want to contradict the principles of management culture that you have been hearing and using for years. I want to confront the things you have done in the past and believe to be right. What I do not want to do is make the words hard to follow. The fact is, I have a lot of half-read business books on my bookshelf, written by people who have no idea what my world is like. I wanted to write a leadership book that people like me might actually finish, and feel that finally there is a book that speaks our language. To do this, I wrote the book similar to the way I speak from the stage, approaching concepts from different angles and with different purposes. I then repeat the core ideas for reinforcement, so there is no need to memorize them as you read. In addition, you will not find a lot of international research or global theories in this book. I leave those to the wonks and scholars. Instead, I use real-life examples from my businesses and family, the companies I worked for, and the leaders and organizations I coach. As you probably guessed, I also use a lot of sports analogies. But I do not use them because I am an athlete or to make this a man's book. I use sports analogies because I run my businesses like winning sports teams, in which skill development and effective coaching makes the team better. The principles and activities are the same, female or male. They are described in simple X and O diagrams at the start of each chapter, so you can see the play coming. Before we get started with your leadership transformation, let me give you one last thought. Most of us have heard the phrase, work on your business instead of in your business. But I want to give you a coaching twist on it. Work on your people, not for your people. That is a big key to this book, working for you. I will show you the key coaching activities and cultural rules. But my sharing them will not be enough if you want to continue the transformation of individuals and overall culture to a winning, top-performing team. Regardless of their title, department, company, or industry, I believe leaders are paid to pay attention to develop and motivate their people and teams to perform better. Working with a diverse group of clients, not only in sales departments but also in engineering and operations, has taught me that the coaching principles I talked about in my first book, The Sales Leader's Playbook, are universally applicable and go much deeper than I imagined. Sure, companies can be successful and have functional cultures with leaders who are not coaches. But the best teams are those that are coached, not managed, COACHED. Which is why this book starts with covering the differences between the two. Enough of this already, let us play ball. Part 1. Understand the principles of coaching. The 5 differences between managing and coaching. Stop thinking like a manager and start thinking like a coach. 20% making the team most important. 20% acting before a response is needed. 20% paying attention to top performers. 20% mandating practice. I was talking to my dad, who is also a business partner of mine, about an employee at one of our dry cleaners. She had a bad attitude. What do you plan to do about her? I asked. Nothing really, he said, because we need her to run the store. She knows the business better than the others. So if she quit tomorrow, would we shut down the store? My dad chuckled and said, heck no. He then mentioned that when she called, he cringed at seeing her number. He did not like going to visit the store when she was there, because it was such a beatdown. That is Texan for misery. Dad, if you cannot stand this person because she has a bad attitude and you are the boss, imagine what her coworkers think, or even worse, our clients. Like too many business owners and leaders, my dad was avoiding dealing with this person for all the wrong reasons. He said he had talked to her about her attitude and had even written her up for it. What he really needed to do was deal with her once and for all. But he never took that final step because he still believed he needed her. I encouraged him to have one last meeting with her to make her immediately change her attitude, or no, we would immediately take the steps to terminate her. He finally did, and the employee decided she would be a better fit outside the organization. Did the store close as she left, taking all our dry cleaner experience with her? Of course not. The store stayed open. My father put in place a new manager with the right attitude, and business improved both outside and inside. In fact, several employees and clients came to my father soon after and said, finally, what took you so long? In not dealing with this bad employee, my father, like so many business leaders, violated 2 of the 5 essential coaching principles that demonstrate 2 of the crucial differences between managing and coaching. No individual is more important than the team, and never avoid conflict. Then again, most businesses and their leaders, especially when things are not going poorly, do not deal with problems like these, or any others that may lurk below the surface. The expression high water covers all rocks comes to mind. But when things get rough, when the water recedes and the rocks appear, most leaders have little idea how to act effectively. They have little idea how to pull their people together and coach them as a team to perform better. They work in management cultures where leading means stepping back and letting people do their jobs for better or worse. No need to rock the boat now. It will be high tide again soon, right? Maybe not. This is a major reason I call the management culture mentality fundamentally corrupt. Hire good people and let them do their jobs. That is a line handed down from outdated business books, more than a generation old. Leaders today need to get involved and coach their teams to success, rather than manage them to mediocrity. Today's business is not so much about today's economy as it is about today's leadership. Who is taking responsibility to actually lead? Technology and the competition move faster than ever before. Leaders need to implement a system for improvement and challenge their teams to compete at the speed of business today. Simply managing people and relying on them to develop themselves is not enough anymore. I am not saying those management cultures were wrong for yesterday's business or that they cannot work today. They just do not give leaders the best chance to succeed the way coaching cultures do. Yet most leaders do not understand what it means to coach, the the differences between managing and coaching, or before all that, what it means to be a great leader. The characteristics of great leaders. Great leaders are ethical, compassionate, and humble. They are great students and constantly strive to learn more. They are empathetic but not sympathetic. They show resolve in the toughest times and believe they can get something out of everybody, never dismissing anyone outright. Great leaders are strong and decisive without being arrogant. They never use fear to make the team fall in line or use bravado to compensate for a fear of being vulnerable. Instead, they use vulnerability and humility to gain respect while still exuding confidence. Great leaders always believe in themselves and their teams. That is how they get the team's individual members to sacrifice for the good of those teams. The teams know these leaders make them better and thus strive to please them. As a result, great leaders have a loyal, even blind followership. In short, their teams love and trust them and their vision. But the ability to create a vision alone does not make a great leader. The ability to have it, communicate it, and get people to act on it does. When companies want people to communicate their visions or missions, they put them on cards, coffee mugs, posters, and newsletters. Great leaders know that stuff goes only so far. They know they must get their teams to do more than read those words. They must get them to believe in those words and make them part of the team's everyday vocabulary without ever thinking about it. Great leaders versus great coaches. The differences between great leaders and great leaders who are coaches lie in their activities and actions. Leaders who do not do the proactive activities and actions of coaching, covered in Part 2 of this book, are not coaches. Leaders who choose to sit back and develop their people through reactive management activities, designed to maintain the status quo, are not coaching. They may have the potential to be a coach, but not if they continue to sit back. Not if they refuse to get more deeply and proactively involved with their people, and say things like, "My employees do not want me telling them how to do their job, and I do not want to do that." Unfortunately, this line is just one of the excuses leaders make for not taking the time to coach. For the record, leaders who are coaches are more engaged with their teams. But they are not always in their employees' faces, getting in the way for the sake of getting involved and micromanaging everything all the time. Although micromanaging is a coaching tool and can be approached positively, as we will see later on, coaches just do not fear involvement, as they make sure employees doing their thing are aligned with the team's thing. Yet understanding this, and saying you are ready to learn and implement the skills necessary to coach, will not mean much if you do not understand the differences between managing and coaching. Turning managers into coaches begins, not with action and activities, but with accepting the fundamental differences between managing and coaching. The 5 crucial ways managing differs from coaching. Number 1. Belief in the team. Coaches believe in a team culture and the need to be connected to that team constantly so everyone performs better. Managers focus on individuals and then disconnect to let them just do their jobs. Number 2. Conflict management. Coaches make use of conflict to move team members up in the organization or out. Managers try to avoid conflict. Number 3. Involvement. Coaches get involved before action is needed to prevent problems from developing. Managers react and get involved only when they are needed, when there is a problem, and often too late. Number 4. Employee focus. Coaches focus on top performers, those who deserve attention. Managers focus on poor performers, those who need attention. Number 5. Team building. Coaches are always practicing and scrimmaging to make their teams better. Managers rarely practice. Now let us translate these differences into the 5 essential principles of coaching every coach must follow. The 5 essential principles of coaching. Number 1. Make the team more important than any individual. Number 2. Do not avoid conflict, use it. Number 3. Act before a response is needed. Number 4. Pay attention to top performers and focus on making more of them. Number 5. Mandate everybody to practice. Coaching takes more time and conflict beyond the disciplinary and termination conversations. Holding people accountable takes time. Being the person who is challenging others to do better all the time takes time. In this case, assuming Jim could still be a top performer, my client chose to coach him. She asked him to recommit his energy to the team. She firmly but respectfully and calmly pointed out that Jim's performance in the last 2 years had really declined. She asked him the right questions to see if he was aware of the problem and capable of committing to the team. She listened to his response, but was careful to note if he accepted responsibility or simply blamed anyone or anything he could. She watched to see if he used the meeting as a platform for complaining about her, the company, the industry, the world, or his mother. In the end, she told Jim her goal was to get his performance back to where it was. It needed to be there or well on its way in 60 days. If after 60 days he was not able to get there, she would help Jim find a better fit in or outside the company where everyone could be happier. My client wanted to believe Jim could reach the top again, so the offer was genuine. She offered him the attention and access to her that she now gave to other top performers. No matter what, though, Jim's performance could now be accurately gauged, to see if he could keep his eye on the goal, improve his skills, and strive to commit to be part of a top-performing team. Did it work? No. Jim realized he was no longer a great fit for the team and found another job. My client, who was working hard on transitioning from manager to coach, quickly worked to find the right replacement. With Jim as with a talented professional athlete who is stuck in a rut after years with the same team, all the attention now may not make him any happier or reverse the problem. Maybe it had nothing to do with my client in the first place. Jim had some personal problems that were putting him in a rut, and there was nothing she could do about it. A change of teams and coaches might be just what Jim, like that athlete, needed to shake things off and see a career resurgence. You do not have to be in sales to recognize a Jim in your department or business. You do not need numbers and spreadsheets to measure a bad attitude or declining skills. But if you cannot take the necessary steps and see the power of conflict through coaching, your Jim will never change. Coaching principle number 3. Act before a response is needed. Dealing with bad performance or attitudes and embracing conflict can be a real culture shock for managers learning to become coaches. But that is the consequence of leading in the way we have been leading. We do not approach problems head-on. We hope they will go away, making excuse after excuse for not handling them. Yet they never go away. The good news is that coaching activities like scrimmaging, quarterly game plans that actually get implemented, and peer presentations all help leaders to recognize and deal with problems before they become bigger problems or even problems at all. At Sprint, I took the idea of a quarterly game plan even further. I held mandatory quarterly full-day training sessions for my team of managers who ran sales teams across Southern California. This was not just Nathan University. The meetings were designed as massive, interactive learning experiences covering a variety of topics to help us better understand the business behind our activities and to perform better as a team. The topics were not just sales-based either. The managers worked in small groups and covered everything from learning the roles of finance and human resources to showing how to read a P&L statement. They did this so the team could understand how profit and loss are actually calculated for the business the next time they wanted to take a client to lunch or run a special promotion. Managers react. Coaches get involved. We did presentation skill breakouts and practice day-to-day situations like overcoming objections and greeting customers. Every quarter, we would decide which topics to change and which to keep. It depended on what was most important to the business and needed the most improvement. What made these meetings great was the level of involvement they required from my entire team and me. The meetings were my way to get my team connected and learning regularly. They forced us to improve on a more frequent schedule than the usual annual meeting cycle of most companies. We would effectively kickstart the next quarter. We made it better by taking what we struggled with the previous quarter and working on it together. The learning went beyond quarterly too. My managers would take what they learned and use it in their weekly meetings with their teams. At first, my boss was dubious. "Jamail," he said, "how can you afford to take your people out of the market for 8 hours every quarter?" I told him I would rather have a motivated and connected team for 89 days of a 90-day quarter than an unmotivated and disconnected team for 90 days. I want to put you and me in a position to be successful by preparing them to be successful. I also could afford to do it because the cost was immaterial to the reward. My boss initially looked at these meetings in terms of straight dollar costs. He looked at the fact that my managerial team was out of the field for 4 days a year, plus travel, hotel, and a cheap space to hold the event. I used the meeting rooms at a bowling alley in exchange for $500 worth of bowling and food afterward. But I saw the cost benefit in terms of eliminating many more unproductive field days and bad interactions because of the work being done at these meetings. Every quarter, my managers were refreshed, focused, and motivated. I had a better sense of how each of them was doing and where future problems might lie. All this led to significant benefits. We went from being the worst market in the country to the #1 market in 18 months. What is that? You love this concept, but you do not have time to get so involved. You are too busy dealing with all these problems and putting out the fires your people set, and you still need to accomplish your own goals. Well, if you regularly coach your people on how to stop setting fires, you will not have as many fires to put out. And that means more time for everything on your list. And do not think for a moment that just because you do not lead sales teams as I did, actions and activities like these meetings will not work for your department or industry. Can you really look in the mirror and say that because you are a leader of a creative or engineering team, there is nothing your team can work on together to make them better? Leaders of any kind of team benefit from regular interactions that help push the team forward and address what is to come, rather than simply rehashing what has been. Rehashing what has been is only feedback. We ask for and give feedback constantly as leaders, from the smallest tasks like how we thought a meeting went to the largest events like performance reviews. This is why leaders typically consider feedback coaching. But feedback is only part of coaching, and it will not help coaches act before a response is needed. That is because all feedback is reactive and focuses on the past. This does not mean feedback is unimportant. Offering feedback regularly is our chance as leaders to tell our employees, one-on-one, all the good things they did. It is a chance to offer a few helpful points to ponder and suggestions for improvement. Leaders usually feel pretty good about those meetings, but it is no substitute for the larger activities of coaching. Feedback can also create problems if it is done only when things go wrong, and any positive feedback becomes just a crap sandwich before the beatdown starts. I have leaders at all the organizations I work with tell me they get involved only when their teams have a problem or cannot do something. That means every time that leader gets involved, it is a negative. When the team sees the leader coming, they think, "Oh, what did we do wrong?" We cannot coach someone who views our involvement as a negative reaction. When a leader's involvement is a consequence of an employee not doing well, the leader, not the employee, has violated this principle of coaching. The activities of coaching that support these principles, such as the quarterly meetings, need to happen in addition to and before feedback. They must happen before performance reviews on presentations and events, before someone picks up the phone and destroys even one business relationship, and before problems happen. If this sounds like controlling or micromanaging, that is not the intention. Rather, it is a positive way to bestow attention on the team and make everyone better by getting involved. And our best people deserve that extra attention. Coaching principle number 4. Pay attention to top performers and focus on making more of them. When an NFL team has the #1 draft pick, the team does not just hand the kid a jersey and say, "See you on Sunday." The coach's job is to take that top talent and mold him into something better. This is equally true with top-performing veterans in sports who are looking for a fresh start. Take Peyton Manning. He was already one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL. But when he joined the Denver Broncos, his coach's job was to push him to be better. And Manning's job was to commit to the team and give them his all. They nearly made it to the Super Bowl his first season there. If Peyton Manning were an employee in almost any business, his manager would have hired him for big money and then just left him alone. They would probably train him on the basics of the new team and its systems, and then throw him on the field to do his thing. How is that fair to the person who is bringing you all this greatness? If you are the top guy putting in 50 to 60 hours a week, and you are getting left alone, you are getting robbed. You bring all this energy and passion to the job, and what you get in return is to be left alone and ignored. How is anyone helping you get from where you are to where you want to go? How can a leader expect you to help the team get to where it needs to go? This is a major reason leaders struggle in business. They do everything the opposite of what coaches do to make their teams great. In this case, they do not focus on the top. I know this notion flies in the face of conventional wisdom, but it reinforces why I think the dumbest piece of business advice is, hire great people and let them do their job. That is the reason businesses leave their top players alone. In fact, it is seen as an achievement in many companies that people get so good at what they do that their bosses leave them alone. Coaches in business should focus their energy more on the top, just as coaches in sports focus most on the first string. The second and third string players always know they can become part of the first string if they commit to the team, work hard, strive to do more to earn their opportunities, and catch the coach's attention by delivering bigger results. A coach's biggest problem is not when the third string players, who are busting their tails, complain about not getting enough time. The problem is when the third string players do not even care. Everyone who hears me say this responds that it makes sense to them. They leave my presentation pumped and ready. But at 8 o'clock Monday morning, it is back to putting out fires and trying to fix the problems of the weakest employees, while letting the top people handle everything themselves. Managers spend too much time with the people who need the attention instead of those who deserve the attention. These leaders tell me again and again, if I could get rid of my problems first, I could spend time with my people. But I cannot get rid of my problems, so I cannot spend time with my people. So therefore, they are not getting better. This is all a self-fulfilling prophecy. My advice is let the buildings burn, man. Sometimes we have to sacrifice. At Pearl Harbor, the triage nurses famously marked patients with lipstick, with an F for fatally wounded. This meant there was nothing the doctors could do. The patient will die no matter what. In business, we tend to do the opposite. We try to fix what cannot be saved and ignore the top performers. When people tell me this sounds like I play favorites and spend all my time with such and such top people, I do not deny it. I admit it creates some conflict in the ranks, which I embrace, as you know. But I am honest about what I am doing. I tell the team that I spend time with the people who are top performers, have great attitudes, and make me a lot of money. I also let them know that if they commit to the team, I will commit to them in the same way. I always gave my new and best people attention early and fast. They deserved that attention beyond training because I decided to bring them onto the team. I gave them access to my calendar and expected them to book it. I gave them everything I have got to see if they could get to the first string or I would get them out. Hire fast, fire faster, I always say. My goal was to make my involvement a reward for doing well, rather than a consequence of doing something wrong. But I also knew my top performers would get on my calendar, only if they perceived me as someone who could help them do better. If they perceived me as someone who is just going to judge them and bring them down, not add value or help make the deals, work, or skills better, they would not want to be involved with me. A Fortune 100 financial company I work with struggled with this situation when their leadership team wanted their corporate liaisons to go on appointments with their agents and help generate better deals. None of the agents asked them to go. Now, if you were an agent and you knew taking me, your liaison, on a call with you would lead to your closing more deals and making more money, how many calls would you want me to go on? All of them. Then, unless the agents are so insecure that they cannot have anyone else around when they go on appointments, the reason they do not want me around is that they do not think I am good enough to take. I cannot tell you who your top performers are or what the specific criteria should be to measure your people. But I can tell you that every company, large or small, and every department in any business in any industry has at least a top and a bottom. Leaders need to identify them so they can decide how to approach the activities for those team members. If the leader is like me in a sales leadership position or a numbers-based department, you might think this kind of ranking is easier. Just look at the numbers. But the biggest mistake we can make as leaders of these teams is to use the scoreboard as the sole criterion for ranking employees. Great sports coaches do not say, well, we won 21-0 and we are 6-0, so it does not matter that my quarterback has thrown 1 touchdown and 20 interceptions. He is the most important position, so he is my number 1 player. That quarterback's coach is not only going to focus on what the quarterback did not do in practice activities, but also start looking for someone who might move up or into that position. Think you do not have a bottom, that all your people are good. Ask yourself, as the team leader, if your boss or your most important client said you were the same as everyone on your team, would you feel complimented, insulted, or ripped off? Almost everyone I have worked with says they would feel insulted or ripped off. They believe, right or wrong, they are better than some of their peers. Do not you think your employees think the same thing? So how do you know where your employees rank if you do not have any numbers to put on the scoreboard? Ask your best clients or customers. Ask other employees at the company. Ask yourself who is the person you go to when you need to get something done. Ask yourself if you have got X number of team members and can take only one of them with you to a new job or to start a new company, who would it be? If you could take only two, who would they be? 3. Knowing what you know today, who would you not hire tomorrow? Answering these questions will give leaders their top, middle, and bottom, and a clear path to ranking the whole team. Coaches then know who is on the first string and who is on the third string. They know who the starters are and who the role players are, and can get them all ready to coach accordingly. That is why a ranking is only the first part of the coaching equation, and why the coaching principles, skills, and culture are so important. The principles keep us grounded, the culture provides the time to create coaching activities, and the time allows coaches to pursue those activities as a team. Mandate skill practice and player development. Business skills need development and improvement just as much as athletic skills do. 20% scrimmaging with commitment and focus equals 20% getting on the field. How many times have you walked up to the front desk of a hotel or restaurant? How many times have you made eye contact with an employee and said, "How are you today?" And he or she replies, "Welcome to such and such place." So, how about you answer the question I asked? Unfortunately, I cannot say this surprises me when it happens. I was giving a presentation to a client in the hospitality industry. I asked the audience, how many people actually practice with your people on how to say hello? I mean everyone from the front desk down to your housekeepers. Few hands went up. Yet these are people in the business of being hospitable. We like to say it is little things that matter. I agree. And how you greet someone is a little thing that matters. It is the start of a relationship. Next time you are at your office or any office, make a note of the greeting or the lack thereof. I find not 1 in 10 people who can even say hello right. But if I went into any business, not just in hospitality, and said, "We are going to practice everyone saying hello," they would say I am nuts. Any skill in business can be improved and developed with practice. We know this because we say it all the time, at least outside our offices. If coaches want their teams and players to get better at a sport or a musical instrument, what do we tell them to do? Practice. If our kids need to get better grades, what do we tell them to do? Study. We should take our own advice as business leaders. Professional athletes study routines and plays and practice them 90% of the time. But in business, leaders and their teams practice what they need to do less than 1% of the time. This is simply indefensible. It violates the essential coaching principle that everybody must practice. Let me ask you this. Do you think your team wants to work for someone, give everything they have got, and then in return get compensated and be left alone? The preparedness gap. Business people not practicing for game situations are no different from athletes who do not practice. Both are unprepared. Or would they rather work for someone who challenges them? Someone who strives to make them better by developing skills beyond their current capabilities. Someone who helps them achieve their personal and professional goals, and the company goals as well. Put it another way, would you not rather have a team of that second group of people? That is the kind of person I want working for me too. The difference between practice and training. In sports, the coach's job is to make everyone better in order to put the best team on the field. To do this, coaches mandate practice. They get on the field with their teams every day as they practice. They work with them on the skills they need in general, and specifically for the upcoming games. This should be the same for coaches in business. Skill development is imperative for putting the best team on the field. Yet too often, business leaders think product and industry knowledge can replace skill development. We may live by the rule that knowledge is power. But we forget that how well we use our knowledge determines success. In other words, we equate a person's experience or tenure with having the skills we need to succeed. But tenure and experience can lead to complacency, just as often as they do betterment. They are no substitute for developing skills through practice. It is not training but practice. Practice is what we do on a regular basis to help us develop what we already know and get better at doing our jobs. Training is what athletes do in weight rooms and conditioning drills to get in the best possible shape for practices and games. In business, this is what we do when we are teaching employees new jobs, new systems, products, or tools. In business, we tend to do the training thing pretty well. But we fall short on the practice side. Simply put, leaders must make skill practice mandatory for everyone. No excuses. And just as for sports teams, an essential part of practice is scrimmaging. Scrimmages are safe places where we can be terrible as we work things out without fear of judgment. In fact, I wanted my teams to suck and to learn from that. Scrimmaging also allows coaches and teams to try something different, without judgment or consequences. It helps us get out of our comfort zones and stop playing it safe. Often we keep doing the same thing we have been doing for years. Not because it is right, but because it is what we know. But staying comfortable is staying complacent. It is to dwell contentedly in mediocrity. Scrimmaging starts with hello. Scrimmaging works in all industries and for all positions. It is a positive experience, even if you are dealing with a negative subject. Planning to write up an employee. Scrimmage that. As leaders, one of the most difficult parts of our jobs is dealing with low performers. So peer scrimmage your conversation ahead of time. Discuss possible scenarios and scrimmage those scenarios. After scrimmaging the conversation with a peer, the real one might not be any easier. But it will absolutely be more successful and more effective. You will not stumble and stammer at the employee's questions. You will not end up with a to-do list for helping them, instead of putting your employee on the spot to take action. Scrimmaging conversations like these helps us avoid the traps of those situations. It improves them and the skills needed to handle them. And the scrimmages can be as basic as preparing for that first greeting, as someone walks into your office, store, or department. The important thing is to keep it real and focus on everyday important skills. Here is a sample list of things you could scrimmage to help start your own coaching list for yourself and your team. Communicating with other teams. Addressing conflict. Customer service and talking to a customer. Never saying no. Transferring the right energy when speaking to someone so that person feels positive energy from the start. Identifying and dealing with problems. Setting goals. One-on-ones. Writing. Selling. Presenting. Asking purposeful business questions. Understanding and reviewing a profit and loss statement. Getting team buy-ins. Motivating others. Getting out of a bad mood. Dealing with difficult people. The key thing to remember as you make your own scrimmage list is that success comes from focusing on the most important skills for your team. It does not come from how many different skills you work on. Start with an individual skill or two and scrimmage it every week. Attend to the basics first, the skills everyone needs and uses. This is what coaches do in sports. For example, in baseball, the entire team works constantly on the skills that make them great. They practice hitting, fielding grounders, catching fly balls, throwing, and running. They do not practice these things because they do not know how, or because game situation skills are unimportant. They practice them because they know to be the best they can be, they must practice the basics all the time. Leaders who get their teams to scrimmage before they do something big can also identify and deal with any mistakes. They can avoid unfortunate consequences before major presentations or client calls. A major industrial distributor, one of the largest companies of its kind in the country, realized the power of practice. They struggled to answer the question, why us? Why would someone choose them over their biggest competitors? The largest of which they could never compete with on price alone. To find out how they were currently answering this question, I had them scrimmage customer calls with one another and me. What I heard was every platitude in the book. We have great customer service. We care. We will be there when we say. We deliver under budget and on time. You could make platitude wallpaper of this stuff. These sounded like the canned answers people give me in job interviews when I ask them why they want to work for me. They say I am a people person, dedicated, loyal, hardworking, and give everything I got. No one says I am an unmotivated jerk and a liar and a cheat who will be late all the time. Practicing was uncomfortable for these construction guys. They found it annoying and were not afraid to voice their displeasure. But their leaders forced them to keep going. After a few weeks of honest effort, the team started to listen to one another. They heard the problems I did. They realized their obstacles were not overcome by platitudes or even by pricing. They were overcome specifically by what they offered better than anyone else: attention. The team thus stopped trying to compete on price. They ditched the canned lines about how much they cared about their customers. They started offering details on the kind of customer attention they offered that the big boys could not. They talked about going on appointment calls to help contractors sell more roofs. This meant contractors would buy more product from the company as a benefit of their experience and expertise. Soon, they were able to take what they learned in these scrimmages and walk into meetings with contractors to articulate this. The result was one of the best years the company ever had. Today, those construction guys do their practicing on their own. They keep refining it based on what their customers need and on the needs of the market. I practice what I preach too. In the course of scrimmaging phone calls to potential customers, I discovered a major problem. One of my employees' greatest problems was getting past the moment someone said they were not interested in coaching and training. His response was, "I am not familiar with many companies that are successful, that are not interested in training." He also told them he was surprised by their response. When I told him how his response made me feel in the scrimmage, which was not good, he was pretty surprised himself. It may have sounded to him like a great way to overcome obstacles and objections. But when he said it, I felt insulted. I felt as though he was picking a fight by challenging me, and it was creating unnecessary conflict. Picking a fight like this is never good because you can win the fight but still lose the business. Practice leads to better results, period. After regular practice, he is now completely natural and relaxed. He says, "I get it." He relates to them and even talks about his own coaching experience. He works his way in to let them agree to send them our information. He asks them simply to be open-minded about it when they get it. This is a much more productive approach that turned several no's into yeses. While those examples of scrimmaging are sales and customer-based, leaders in every department and industry should know something else. How we present is just as important as what is being presented. In fact, how to present is one of the most basic and essential skills to scrimmage, and you can do it yourself. I first did this at Sprint before delivering operation or ops reviews. This was when the C-suite, the CMO, CFO, and CEO came to town. Like the other division leaders, I prepared my presentation and studied my notes. But I also realized that the delivery of my ops review was just as important as my content, maybe even more important. So in the days leading up to my presentation, I set up my camera and recorded it. Then I would watch it, not only to see how it felt to see me present, but also to take notes about my performance. Where was I strong and weak? Where did I look fake? Where did I get lost or stumble over my words? And let me tell you something. It might be awkward fun watching yourself practice a presentation once, but it is miserable the second time and beyond, and it is powerful. Once I stopped feeling goofy and worrying about what I looked like. It was unbelievable how aware I became of everything I said. I saw the true value, and every ops review I delivered went well. Recording yourself with a camera is the best way to scrimmage a presentation, because you can see your body language as well as hear your words. But a digital voice recorder is better than nothing. If it feels strange doing that, reach out to a friend or two. Offer to buy them lunch if they listen to you present as they eat and give you directed feedback after. When I worked alone, I would practice my most important presentations alone. I would practice in front of my wife, kids, and mother-in-law and tell them what to look for. Do I scream or emote too much? Does my voice inflection sound okay? Am I speaking too fast? To this day, the night before I do a speech, I am in my room going through the stories. I practice stories that are new, as well as those I have delivered to audiences dozens of times. I do this not because I do not know them. I do this because I want to deliver them perfectly. I want to make sure everything I say still sounds fresh and relevant to me before I step onto the stage. That said, scrimmaging presentations or anything else takes time to achieve the best results. Business leaders always tell me they are too busy putting out fires, returning emails, making client calls, and attending meetings to scrimmage as they do in sports. After all, coaches of sports teams and their players are paid to practice and coach right. That is not only an excuse, but it is also untrue. Most coaches in sports would argue they have just as many distractions as we do in business. They just believe there are no excuses for missing practice. So do my clients at one of the largest product manufacturers in the United States. They have even taken their practicing programs online and mandated weekly scrimmages on things like pitching on the phone. As a result, the teams have engaged the programs even further, often doing skills scrimmaging beyond the weekly sessions. Some teams have seen their results double, and all of them have learned that, as they keep getting better at what they do by practicing, they get more efficient with their time too. The biggest enemy of practice is, we just hate doing it. I get why practice is hard. We love the game but not the preparation. Maybe the most fun I have ever had in sports is managing my kids' baseball games. I love the games. On game day, I was up 2 hours early to have my rosters ready and think about all the in-game possibilities. But I hated doing the practices. I hated planning them, sending out grounder after grounder, explaining the drills and repeating them time after time. Practice was often boring for the kids and for me. I was the coach, so I had to go, but the only reason those kids showed up to practice is because I made them. Business is no different. Drilling the skills and then working over and over again can be really boring. Reminding someone over and over again how you say hello, that can be like nails on a chalkboard. And here is what makes it more miserable. It is the coach's job to make it lively and fun, and it has to keep being fun after the first, 6th, and 100th week. The reality of decay, without practice, all skills start to fall off for the player and the team. The truth is, no one should stop practicing until they retire or no longer desire to be the best they can be. Those who dismiss it as unimportant either hate doing it, do not understand its value, or are too arrogant to understand its importance. Anyone who wants to see a perfect, if extreme, example of this arrogance in action needs only to look up Allen Iverson's famous 2002 practice press conference. Iverson, one of the most prolific scorers in NBA history, had led the 76ers to the NBA Finals in 2001. This tirade happened about a year later, after the team lost in the first round of the playoffs and Iverson's coach had criticized him for hurting the team by missing practices. Iverson was both confused and frustrated by the reporter's whole line of questioning. I'm supposed to be the franchise player and we're talking about practice. Not a game, we're talking about practice. How silly is that? I know I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead by example. We're talking about practice. We ain't talking about the game. We're talking about practice. We're not talking about the actual game when it matters. We're talking about practice. How the hell can I make my teammates better by practicing? Please do not go throwing stones at Iverson without looking at your team and yourself first. Iverson was a supremely talented basketball player. How many of our best players do we let slide and not hold accountable for missing meetings or for thinking certain tasks are beneath them? How many people who work for us, not our worst, our best, if we asked them to scrimmage something, would roll their eyes and dismiss it as unimportant? Nobody is that good. This is plain and simple arrogance. We would never let our kids get away with that at home or on the sports field. Imagine being a coach of a little league team and one of your best players comes up to you halfway through the season and says, "Coach, I already know all these drills and skills and I don't want to come to practice anymore. I'll just show up for the games." What would happen if you allowed that? Your team would get worse and you would bench the kid. It should be the same in business. Coaches make practicing exciting and fun. Business leaders should do what Chef Emeril Lagasse used to say, take it up a notch, make it fast and energetic. I have done fire scrimmaging with entire teams to keep things moving quickly. If you are not ready for that, here is how I do it at my workshops. 1. I pick people out of the audience to do a quick scrimmage with me as if I were a client. 2. I stop them after 2 minutes and make them do it again. 3. I stop them after 1 minute and say, do it again. 4. Then I stop them and say, why don't you change it up and do something crazy, maybe something you are thinking about doing but would never say in a real meeting. We do it again for 1 minute, and every time the person gets more and more confident. The audience sees this just like your team will, and we all have fun. This works even when I pick the surliest looking person in the room. I was at an event for a Fortune 100 client and I spotted him right away, a middle-aged guy in hip glasses kicking back with a posture that said too cool for school. He couldn't care less about what I was saying, and he had a name like Ace or something that went perfectly with his attitude. Ace was too cool to scrimmage. But sometimes the aces can be turned into true aces. Sometimes they are surly only because they want attention that they have never been given as a top performer. I usually have to work harder to get the scrimmage going, but the aces who aren't asses will eventually step up in front of their teams. And when they do, scrimmaging becomes even more powerful because Ace can now help make the rest of the team aces too. Just remember your coaching principles. Everyone has to go to practice, but focus most on the top performers. Think about it. If you can improve your best 2 employees, how much will the entire team's results go up? While great coaches know that all their players will get better through practice and everyone must participate, getting their top performers to practice first and do more supports a culture in which other team members strive to earn the right for more time with them. Doing the opposite, spending the most time with those who are struggling, institutes the belief that once people get to a certain level, they no longer have to practice. Better to spend the most time with top performers and have everyone trying to be in their position. The exception to this rule is the new hire. Leaders cannot throw their new hires or rookies on the bench with the third string. You have to give them attention and practice with them as if they are top performers to decide quickly if they are going to make it. They deserve your attention because you decided to bring them onto the team. Give them everything you have got to see if they go to the first string or the bench. Yeah, we used to practice. And once you have got this entire practice thing going, keep it going. Even when we get started practicing, we can eventually get tired of it and think, hey, we've done this for 8 weeks and everyone has started getting a little better, so let's stop. But those 8 weeks of better were precisely because of those 8 weeks of practice. Of the hundreds of companies I have worked with on implementing a practice and skill development program, every one of them sees and believes in the benefit. But sadly, less than half of those clients maintain it on a consistent basis. They do not stop because they do not believe in it. They stop because it is hard work, time-consuming, and not instantly gratifying. For example, if a leader has 7 direct reports and she wants to implement a weekly practice meeting, in place of a standard staff meeting, along with one-on-one coaching sessions for each member, she is looking at an additional 8 hours to fit into her week. Does she have those 8 hours just lying around? Probably not. But she still needs to find the time and prioritize practice above almost everything else. Can you think of anything, whether a business skill, sport, or hobby, that if you spent 50 hours a year working with a coach on, you wouldn't get better at? Yes, coaching and skill development are redundant. Yes, practicing the same skill over and over is not always new and exciting. Yes, it is time-consuming. Yes, it is frustrating to experience failure or slow progress. Yes, it requires conflict, and we would often rather tell people that was good instead of here's how you can make it better. But the next time a team member is challenged to use that developing skill and succeeds, it is completely exhilarating. The harder the skill we develop, the stronger the result, and as we master skills, they become less hard to practice. A year later, I guarantee your team will be better than they were, not just older. Takeaways, skill practice, and player development. Mandate versus train. Coaches must mandate practice and understand the core difference between recurring practice and one-off training. Skill over tenure. What makes a business person a great asset is not their years of experience, but their active skill level. The power of the scrimmage. Scrimmaging in a safe environment is the ultimate key to successful, low-stakes skill growth. Mirror the game. Take the classic advice we give kids in sports. Practice like you play. Stay the course. Keep scrimmaging fun. Stay focused, especially on your top performers, and resist the comfortable urge to stop once things start improving. Chapter 2. Give game balls and MVPs. Recognize TEAMs and individuals. Not everybody gets or deserves a game ball in business. There are no trophies for participation. 50% ensuring recognition is earned, 25% making recognition genuine, 25% knowing winning matters. As I mentioned at the start of this book, I have been fortunate or crazy enough to coach my son's little league baseball teams. And while I may know a thing or two about coaching and team building, I am no expert on the finer points of baseball. Some of those kids had much better skills than I. But a baseball coach does not need the skills to field a grounder or swing a bat better than the team. A coach just needs the skills necessary to make the team great. Still, the tricks of this trade were not in my coaching repertoire. Knowing I needed to know what I did not know, I went to baseball coaching clinics every year. There, I relearned a lesson from the business world in baseball terms. Coaching is not just about the ball. It is mostly and most importantly about instilling beliefs in the team and guiding those beliefs into successful action. Following that clinic, I resolved to use my time as a coach to teach the boys about life. Namely, that what they believe in and how they act will affect them now during the season and even when they become adults. I also made sure the parents of the boys I coached had a clear understanding that this was how I was going to coach their kids. So before every season, I had the players and parents over to my home to discuss my team rules for the upcoming season. The rule most parents struggled with was one I now repeat constantly as a business leader. Not everyone will receive a game ball, and some people may receive more than one during the season. Awards and recognition must be earned. Whether it is baseball or business, unearned awards and recognition only serve to stifle motivation. They stifle the motivation of top performers who receive nothing special for their excellence. Meanwhile, those who receive unearned awards and recognition know they are being undeservedly acknowledged. Or worse, they think what they are doing deserves acknowledgement. This is not just unfairness perpetrated by seemingly being fair. It is a failure of the coach to push everyone to do their best. In more than 5 seasons of coaching, I stayed true to my word, and not every kid received a game ball. But did that lead to mutiny in the ranks? The exact opposite happened. Every team member was proud of those who earned recognition and strove to earn a game ball themselves. Today, there are a growing number of books that back up this approach. As Ashley Merriman, co-author of Top Dog, The Science of Winning and Losing, wrote in the New York Times, "Whether your kid loves Little League or gymnastics, ask the program organizers this: which kids get awards? If the answer is everybody gets a trophy, find another program." Of course, coaches should always try to find a true success from every player and acknowledge those successes. But each player still has to earn the bigger recognition. I wanted my Little League boys to know that a game ball is special. Business leaders should obey the same principle. Everyone deserves a chance and respect, but everybody must earn the game ball. The problem is, too many leaders and organizations now do what those misguided youth sports leagues do. They sacrifice rewarding those who deserve credit for excelling, so as not to upset those who do not. I could not disagree more with this approach. I also 100% disagree that competition is unhealthy. I coach my Little League kids to be their best and play to win every game with humility and great sportsmanship. We win with modesty and lose with confidence. This is how coaches must lead their teams in business. Simply put, leaders must appreciate every member of their team for their effort and contributions. At the same time, they must recognize the specific achievements of the best performers for their excellence. So do not worry about leaving people out when awarding game balls. This recognition of success shows that competition is good and healthy when done right. It shows your gratitude and helps push people toward greatness. And despite what they might say, most everybody wants, needs, and likes to be recognized and appreciated regularly. In my experience, even people who say they do not want appreciation or have a tough time accepting it desire it deep down. Most people who say they do not need recognition, only their paycheck, are usually being humble. They might be feeling bad for someone else on the team, or they are lying. Everyone else is just being selfish. Saying it might also be a sign of anything from a lack of confidence to a bad attitude that needs to be confronted. Individual recognition is still about the team. Recognizing any team member who does great things or achieves small victories becomes unhealthy only under specific conditions. Namely, when a leader uses it to put down other members, or when it becomes the defining moment within the team. It is a balancing act, but it is not terribly difficult. Recognition and reward need to acknowledge a person's performance. They must reinforce with everyone that the person is still part of a team. This is especially true when the members of a team work remotely or on the road, and are usually out of sight. It is all too easy for those team members to feel distant and disconnected. Recognition and appreciation from the coach helps tie them to the group and pull the team together. For example, at the gym where I work out, we cheer everyone to finish strong. The ones finishing last get the most cheers to keep them pressing forward. And the top finishers get recognition on the leaderboard. The cheers are our way of showing appreciation for all, without diminishing the success of the top performers. The large-scale equivalent of this in business might be offering a year-end trip or celebration. This is for those who finish ahead of the team's individual annual goals. If done right and in a healthy way, once your top performers earn that incentive, they are still your leaders. But they have no disincentive to helping their teammates get into the spotlight. As a result, those leaders feel less isolated, and the team wins big. But these programs do not need to involve expensive or lavish gifts. There are many small gestures, with practically zero cost, that can fairly recognize and appreciate an entire team. They do this without alienating the top or ignoring the bottom performers. In my first book, I told the story of the Kingpin Award. This consisted of passing a bowling pin award from winner to winner every week. The reward had no monetary value. It was based entirely in pride and personal achievement. A client of mine has a fantastic method for recognizing his top performers and the successes of all team members. He uses a bell. When I first visited him, I noticed the bell, but I did not think to ask about it until after a few visits. He told me that when someone on the team did something great, the team member would ring the bell. This included things like setting an elusive appointment, closing a sale, or running a successful event. The sound echoed throughout the office. I told him how awesome that was. And he told me that it gave each person who rings it a huge sense of accomplishment. It also brought recognition and celebration among his or her peers, and it motivated everyone. Until it did not. Keep the bell, fire the employee. I was so excited for my client at the time that I failed to realize why I had not asked about the bell until one of my later visits. I never heard it ring when I was there. When I asked him about this, he sighed. He told me they had stopped using it recently because the team members who had not rung the bell in quite a while were feeling left out and ignored. My client's intention was good, as he did not want to hurt his employees. But as a result, he removed something great and created a bigger problem. Let me get this straight. I said, you stopped letting those who were doing a great job and striving for success ring the bell. You stopped letting them celebrate their successes because you did not want to hurt the people who failed to have one success worth shouting about. My client nodded. Here is the problem, I continued. People who resent the success of others will never have success themselves. You cannot have people on your team who resent the recognition and success of others. You cannot have people on your team who use a lack of recognition as an excuse to feel bad about themselves, rather than trying harder. What I tried to explain to my client that day is essential. The right recognition creates healthy energy. The sense of any reward or recognition comes from members of the team viewing others' successes as a motivator. It drives them to learn from them and achieve. It is not nice and it is not smart to punish those who give your team everything they have, just to be nice to those who do not. Who are you really being nice to? Acknowledging everyone is simply a misguided and selfish avoidance of conflict by the leader. Have the right system and keep it real. I have a passion for recognizing people. But more times than not, I get busy and forget to recognize those team members who deserve it. Thus, like any coach, I need systems to show appreciation and acknowledge successes. But at the same time, I have to be sure I do not make those systems so forced that they become insincere. They have to be sustained but heartfelt and informal. I emphasize non-formality because so often, when an organization devises a formal ad hoc program, it feels wrong. Programs like a coupon for being caught doing something right generally make the entire process seem disingenuous. They end up disliked by everyone. Recognition cannot be forced on people. A genuine sense of appreciation, and not a forced action, translates to the teams doing something because they want to, not because they have to. That is why formal, less than genuine recognition programs fade quickly. That is why a genuine thank you goes a lot further than an on-the-spot gift card that is part of a forced program. The bigger problem of forced formal systems is that the memory of them becomes a barrier to future genuine recognition. Team members become apprehensive of anything new. This includes ongoing changes to the organizational culture that leaders make when changing from managers to coaches. What is true for our employees is also true for us. Our sincerity has to be felt, and so it has to be real. Leaders cannot appreciate and recognize team members by simply going through the motions. We have to mean it and want to do it. If either of these is absent, our employees know it. You see this in business all the time and feel it the second you walk in the door. Once again, it all goes back to hello. You walk into a store and hear an unenthusiastic voice say something generic. They say, "Hello, welcome to our services, how may I help you?" The words may be right, but the energy and body language tell us the employee is only going through the motions. Sometimes you want to grab these people, shake them, and say you should just quit, because you obviously do not like doing this job. I have been known to do this with service people at times, without the grabbing and shaking. And yet employees like this are not entirely to blame. They are not to blame, because they have never received any genuine recognition or sincerity from their leaders. Thus, they lack the passion and enthusiasm to show it to others. If the intent is real, then the value will be real. Genuinely celebrate the small victories. I am not saying that formal reward systems are bad. There are times when having formal reward systems are warranted and effective. Systems like Employee of the Month, Top Player of the Month, or Best Team Player. But they are easier to implement on the sales and customer service sides of business. When it comes to factory workers, accounting, human resources, creative, and operations roles, a formal reward system becomes more difficult to maintain. Sustaining it and keeping everyone motivated when the energy fades can be difficult. So if you are going through the motions to pick this month's MVP, it might be more prudent to ditch the formal system. Build a genuine recognition system and sustain it. Once leaders are ready to establish genuine systems, for a weekly or monthly recognition program, they must start with a decision. It is essential they start by deciding what they want to recognize, before they figure out what the reward is. Take the time to think it through and create it, and then do not be afraid to change it if it needs changing. The best program will develop over time, but do not wait, because it will never be perfect. The only thing more expensive than reward programs and motivating your team is doing nothing at all. Keep in mind, our people never tell us they are discontent or bored. They show us by living. Start by thinking of the tasks your most successful team member does that you could acknowledge. What achievements stand out among your team members who routinely go above and beyond the call of duty? List them. What actions of theirs make your job as leader easier? List them. Make a list of the actions that most and maybe all of the members of your team need to do better. What would help the team members better serve people, both internal and external to the organization? At Sprint, I was fortunate enough to work with a great finance leader, Charlie Moore. Charlie was in charge of the regional finance team for the Southeast, and I was in charge of the region's sales teams. Charlie's job was far more powerful than mine. His team was responsible for helping the company create the tools and matrix to measure our business. They found ways to maximize our customer experiences, sales, and profits in ways that made financial sense. But Charlie knew authority does not make you powerful. Real power comes with the ability to be valuable to others and help influence their success. And how he recognized the people who worked for him certainly influenced me. Most finance and sales relationships are summarized as, the sales teams are there to make sales, and the finance teams are there to keep them in line. Sales and finance are almost always placed in an adversarial relationship that creates resentment. I did jokingly call Charlie's team the anti-sales support team. It was all in fun though, because Charlie's formal reward system was anything but a joke. It provided me with the foundation I used to guide leaders in setting up their own formal systems. Rewards can mean nothing if the coaches are unclear about what they are recognizing. To keep his process as objective as possible, Charlie focused on measurable achievements. He focused on those he had seen, and those he had learned about by speaking directly to partners and team leaders. Here is how Charlie formed his basis. First, he defined the attributes and actions of top players. Great working relationships with client partners. Being part of the solution, not part of the problem. Happily doing those tasks that do not look like his job. Thinking outside the finance guidelines to achieve great and financially sound success. Remaining humble while operating with great confidence. Then he listed the actions everyone needed to do better. Be visible to client partners and get out of the office. Become part of the creation process so their involvement is desired. Proactively call and meet with partners. Constantly work to help their partners achieve their goals. Once these lists were done, Charlie was able to outline who would be rewarded and recognized each month. His team knew exactly what they had to do. Charlie knew being a great coach meant focusing on the skills and attributes of top players. It meant appreciating everyone every day and recognizing excellence regularly, regardless of the reward. Genuine recognition was the point, because when we coach people this way, we are making them better. When we just lead or manage people, we sometimes make business better and give people more tenure. But we are not focused on them, on their attributes and skills. Thinking about what it means to want to be appreciated can thus help us see things in a different way. Remember, a job must be more than a paycheck. In the end, coaches understand the meaning of appreciation and how powerful a tool it can be. A few years ago, I was talking to a good friend of mine about his job. He told me he liked his job okay, but he was growing more and more bored with it. He made great money, but he was not challenged, and felt he was just going through the motions. The following year, I caught up with him after his company went through changes. The activities and requirements of his job had changed. I asked again about his job and he said, "I am working my tail off and traveling. I am working harder and being challenged more than ever, but I do not make any more money." I said just a year ago, you were unhappy or bored because you were not doing enough. And now you feel you are doing too much. I was thinking, what will make this boy happy? But many of us are exactly like my friend in the workplace. We are not sure what is missing, yet we know something is missing. My friend is a superstar employee for a large telecom company. He is hardworking, very passionate, and always willing to do what it takes to help his team. He supports his leadership and his clients. He loves the company and it is a great one to work for. But my friend works remotely and travels to see his clients. It is a lonely job a lot of the time, away from the team. It keeps him apart from the intimate involvement and support of those he works with. He felt unappreciated and unconnected to something bigger. Since remote offices and leadership are a way of life in most businesses, it is more important than ever that we compensate for the lack of a team environment. Concluding that it is what it is will get us nowhere. Fortunately, my friend's new boss was a coach and understood this. He heard what my friend wanted: appreciation, respect, and most important, to be included in something bigger. He knew my friend's need for all this would never be offset by money short term if he continued to be unhappy long term. And so he made my friend come into the office and work more from there. My friend, I am glad to say, now loves his job more than ever. Although he at first complained of having to go to the office every day and not traveling as much, he is being challenged. He feels appreciated and recognized for his efforts and success. This recognition comes not only from the boss and company, but by his team as well. Leaders like my friend's boss know they must nurture those who strive for great achievements. They must support those who demonstrate all of the great attributes of winning team members. Attributes like passion, desire, great attitude, great energy, caring, and pride in their work. That is not some feel-good, touchy-feely mumbo-jumbo. It is real stuff that goes way beyond the paycheck. Takeaways: game balls and MVPs. Winning matters. Do not be afraid to recognize those who win and to appreciate the top performers. Rewards and recognition show appreciation for those who do great things. They motivate others to strive for great things. Do not hurt those who give you everything just to please those who give you very little. Implement reward and recognition to change behavior positively and sustain it. This is vital for leaders and for the team. Be genuine in your appreciation and recognition, or do not do it at all. Chapter 3. Have quarterly game plans and peer presentations. Having a plan versus having a thought. Many organizations and leaders say they use some type of yearly or quarterly business plan. Perhaps you have one yourself in a desk drawer or on a bookshelf. Chances are you haven't looked at it since you made it, yet every fourth quarter. Most leaders do the same thing: take last year's business plan, blow the dust off of it, change the date to the following year, update the numbers in the graphs and call it good. Make a plan for the new year, check. Sadly, some companies are happy with this. I have seen too many leaders and teams attain consistently mediocre performance, simply by not using their game plans and updating them quarterly. Imagine how successful they would be if they acted deliberately and purposefully. These plans are one of the best tools coaches have to hold their teams accountable. But at least those leaders with the dusty plans are one big step further in planning than the countless leaders out there who, if you asked to see their plan, would smile. They would tap their index finger to their temple and say, "I got it right here." Imagine how successful they would be if they actually got as far as writing that plan. Let us clear this up right now. What they have is a thought, not a plan. They are winging it, gambling on ideas that have not been fully realized, in the most complete and effective way. A thought becomes a plan when you write it down. When you can see it, critique it, put it into action, and revise it based on experience. Leaders might be doing okay implementing the thoughts they have, without taking the time to write them out. But they are not reaching their full potential, and neither are their teams. They are not seeing all options and avenues. You cannot do that with a thought or a plan sitting on a shelf for 11 months of the year. No coach can. In sports, if a coach does not prepare a game plan, write it out, and update it throughout the season, he is not setting up his team for success. Have you seen the size of an NFL playbook? It qualifies as weightlifting to me. Business should be the same way. Maybe not in the size of the plan, but in its importance to leaders and their teams. Coaches must develop and use these plans. They are essential to ensuring that team members regularly refocus and to measuring their success. Think of it this way. You use some scheduling software or a desk calendar, right? You do not try to remember every appointment. When you go to meetings, you take notes to remember things. You scribble questions you want to ask, and maybe post something on social media when something inspires you. You want to remember it. You keep records. You make use of the written word when you are serious about documenting, studying, and remembering. Yeah, you might get there by moving from thought to action. But writing it out first makes it visible and understandable to everyone. It makes it revisable and thus much more improvable. Write down your plans. A true game plan needs consistent reviewing, adjustments, and updates. Keep it open on your desk, computer, or portable device. Mandate your team do it as well. Inspect their game plans too. Make sure they are using theirs by using yours. I am the first one to admit I do not like doing this. For me, writing plans, heck, writing anything, ranks right up there with root canals and colonoscopies. I love talking. I can talk about leadership coaching all day, every day, 365 days a year. However, even I admit that my talking improves when I write down ideas, look at them, and pass them on to others for review. Writing down my ideas enables me to be intentional about what I say and what I do. I am not winging it from my brains. Without a game plan, all leaders end up doing is reacting. I know where I am going to get there because I have planned my route. And then I plan it again and again. No action in a game plan is the set of excuses leaders make, as reasons why composing a detailed game plan would be a waste of our time. They say I already do what I need to do. Or I have it on my iPad to-do list. Or I have been doing this job for 20 years, so I know all I need to know. Perhaps my favorite excuse is, my schedule changes every day and too much to plan so far ahead. When it comes to our excuses, we sound no different from our kids. I know what would happen if my son's school did not have a set schedule, but just told him to attend English, math, economics, and Spanish, and make sure he grabbed lunch. My son is a great kid, and he would have every intention of going to class. But chances are he would miss everything but lunch. We have to make ourselves overcome the equivalent as leaders. We need to either plan our actions and let others react, or spend our time unplanned and get lost reacting to others' actions. Remember the difference between a game plan and a set of results. When asked to see a client's business plan, I usually get a list of sales, budget, production, safety, and other goals. These plans and the results they hope to achieve are not game plans, but summaries of objectives. Goals and objectives should comprise a part of any game plan, but they cannot be the entirety of that plan. This would be the equivalent of the coach of a football team tossing aside his playbook and speaking to the players. He would say, "We want to score points and win the game. We want to keep our players healthy and protect the quarterback and play great defense, and thus win as many of these games as we can and make the playoffs. Then we want to go to the Super Bowl and win. Okay, the team would say, but how? That how is the question the game plan is supposed to answer. A true game plan notes the activities and plays you will need to execute to reach your objectives. It tells the team what they are going to do to achieve their goals, and how and when they are going to do it. Here, for example, are what a couple of short game plans might look like for a plant manager. What walk the plant floors? When 4 times per day at 8 a.m., 11 a.m., 2 p.m., and 5 p.m. How inspect, assist where needed, point out superstars, interact with each team member and give direction as needed. What conduct one-on-one meetings with team supervisors. When once per week and set it on the calendar at the beginning of each month. How during my weekly meetings discuss performance of the teams. Discuss any leadership or personnel issues. Spend 10 minutes on personal growth. Now, a real game plan for this plant manager should be more in-depth, with more detail about the activities that include time allocations and content. But at the same time, it does not need to fill a 3-ring binder just for show. It should be a manageable document that is consulted weekly if not daily. If printed, it should be covered with coffee stains and ink from constant morning review. Mandate the team to keep game plans current and focused. After creating a game plan, coaches must keep it in play and updated. Like sustaining skill practice and recognition programs, this is always a bigger challenge than creating the program. This is where leaders can bring their teams in to help. I have found that the only way I have been able to keep my plan relevant and in play is by requiring my team to do it. Doing this holds them accountable and holds me accountable as well. Too many leaders do not mandate their people to do this, because then they would have to do it. This is a legitimate concern but not a good one. How in practice do you mandate the use of a game plan? Incorporate it in your one-on-one meetings with your team. Use it on the day you plan your next week. If you are thinking that you do not have the time to review your plan in preparation for the next meeting, then start your game plan there. Leadership in most businesses does not have a daily structure. In most companies, it is up to the leader to coordinate the key activities, to create a structure. So do that and make it a part of the game plan. After that, add the specific tasks you need to be doing to grow your business and your team. Recently, I was conducting a preparation call with a new client in the shipping and transportation industry. I spend about an hour on these calls, asking everything about their organization, people, key activities, and goals. That way, I can get the best understanding of their culture and make my presentation customized and relevant to their specific business. During this particular call, I asked my client to describe the perfect day and week of activities for a person in a specific role. Tell me as if I were a robot. And I would do exactly what you want and need me to do to be the best at that position, I said. Here was her answer. You would go on 5 client meetings a week and conduct 5 meetings with the GM in charge of those locations, and meet with the number 1 producer of each office. Next, I would expect you to go on 4 joint calls with our field agents. I would also expect that the agents view you as a great enough value to have invited you to go to these meetings with them. Last, you would be in your office doing administrative stuff only 1 day per week. Most of your time would be in the field with your team and clients. Perfect, I said. Now tell me what is happening in the real world. Well, the top 10% of our team members are doing these activities, and most of them are doing much more. About 50% are fulfilling half of these expectations. The rest are doing about 10% of the expected activities. Why are most of them not doing what you expect? I asked. That was the question they wanted me to answer, but my call had already revealed what it was. Why does any company like this tolerate employees who do not do the expected activities? The answer is a lack of accountability. Having our team members create, use, and update game plans is a great way to hold our teams and us accountable to them. Here is the big picture view of how this works in my business. I give my team members expectations that include all key activities I believe are imperative for their success. In my expectations for the team, along with expected activities, I also provide expected results. The team members in turn create their own personal game plans for how they are going to exceed my expectations. We review their game plans and make sure we both agree that it makes sense and will generate the best possible results. By saying we both agree means we do not go below my minimum expectations, and the plans are pushing them outside their comfort zone. Once we have agreed and all necessary changes have been made, it becomes our law. It becomes our personal commitment and the overall map to our success. My game plans are the documents each person on my team will be held accountable for, every day, week, month, quarter, and year. It is now also their document. It is one they have ownership of, and not one that was given to them by corporate or by me playing Moses. They have created and committed to doing it. This is basic business ethics, doing what you say you will do. So all I am asking of my team members is that they be ethical. Quarterly plans make accountability better at the top and bottom. Without fail, every time my team and I do our plans, my top performers, or soon-to-be top performers, exceed my expectations regarding activities and results. If I ask them to do 5 of something, they will commit to 8, and then perform 10. If I ask them for $1,000 in revenue, they will commit to $1,200, and then perform to $1,500. Logical thinking keeps growing and growing. And without fail, every time we do our plans, my bottom performers try to justify why the expectations regarding activities and results are unrealistic or too high. None of their reasons are based on their own ability or lack of desire. It is always someone else's fault or the company's fault. This might reveal something as serious as a latent case of victim disease or a lack of commitment. Or it might help leaders address a problem we did not see, such as a misunderstanding of the goal and the reasons behind the business plan. Whatever the cause for the excuses, I have found it best to address them up front. This way, the team members have time to rethink their commitment. They can rethink their desire to be in their position or rethink what they did not understand. This ensures there are no more misunderstandings on my part or theirs. I remember reviewing one of my team members' business plans with him and discussing his committed activity and results. He was experienced and knowledgeable about the business, but lacked a sense of urgency and desire to get better and really strive for more. He told me that my expectations were unrealistic and offered several reasons why. I let him share all of his concerns, perceived obstacles, and excuses with me. In fact, I acknowledged that many of his points were fairly accurate. But we get paid to make business happen, not to sit back and wait for things to happen, because things are out of our control. I shared with him all of the reasons why, and how we needed to overcome the obstacles, both real and merely perceived. I wanted him to hear from me that I was more concerned with how he responded than with the issues in his response. So I told him all of this. I said, Mr. X, I am most concerned that you truly believe these expectations cannot be met, given our current situation, and that you are unwilling to do the following expected activities from our plan to achieve our goal. I respect and appreciate your honesty and sharing, so I want to make sure I give you the same openness and honesty as well. At the end of the day, we get paid to overcome obstacles and not to accept any excuses. These activities have to be met and the results will follow, but only if they are done with the passion and drive to get them done. I am concerned that you will be unable to accept this plan and lead your team with these initiatives. Then, I turned to the game plan we had developed and continued. You are correct that these expectations are hard and will require change and a large commitment. And that is what we need from everyone, including you. I need you to go think through this game plan and decide if this is something you can believe in and choose to do without hesitation. If not, I understand and respect your appraisal of the situation and your abilities. With that being said, we may need to make a decision about where you go next. I would be more than happy to find a better fit for your attributes and skills, whether it is inside the organization or outside the organization. The next day, Mr. X came into my office and told me he was in. He said he was willing to do everything he could to meet my expectations. Problem is, he thought this was what I wanted to hear. It was not. I wanted to hear him declare his commitment to the game plan and deliver on it, and then exceed my expectations. Without considering the game plan in front of us, Mr. X's words were empty. Which is what too many leaders have, empty pages to hold people like Mr. X accountable to. With the plan on the table, Mr. X and I both knew he had no real intention of implementing it. We both knew he would never be accountable for it. Within 6 weeks, Mr. X secured a position outside the company that would better fit his goals and aspirations. And I was able to put a new passionate and committed team member in his place. In less than 6 months, the team was on track to set new records. Presenting plans peer-to-peer, not just coach to team, increases accountability. Just as teammates need to get used to scrimmaging skills and activities, I am a huge believer that teams also should present their business plans. They should present them in front of their peers and coaches whenever possible. So once coaches and teams have created the game plans, agreed to the game plans, and talked about importance, it is time to discuss presenting. There are lots of little reasons for this, but the 3 biggest reasons are the most important. Group accountabilities, sharing best practices, developing presentation skills. Group accountability is powerful. When we present in front of our peers and make personal commitments, we are more likely to do what we committed to do. I encourage the groups to get involved and even to call BS when they see it. The goal is not to humiliate or hurt their peers, but to help and challenge them to be better. There is no hiding from the accountability once they are finished, either. My team members who participated in quarterly peer reviews knew the timeline. They knew that in 90 days, we would be standing in front of one another, explaining how we did compared to our commitments. This not only empowers the team to be accountable to one another, but also takes some of the accountability pressure off the coach's shoulders. It does this in the best way. Sharing best practices is another benefit. It is one thing to exceed expectations. It is another to learn what they mean over the long term. Peer-to-peer presentation sessions have the power to shatter expectations of what cannot be done. This happens because team members not only hear how fellow members achieved what others said could not be done, but they also hear about the benefits of doing so. This leads to encouragement, motivation, and perhaps the fuel of healthy competition. It pushes lower performers to reach the top, and top performers to get better and exceed expectations in order to stay ahead. This is why sharing best practices is usually the most boisterous and favorite part of each person's presentation. It gives everyone a chance to shine, feel good, and share things that are working. Developing presentation skills is the third piece. Public speaking is one of the greatest fears in business today. Peer-to-peer presentations overcome this in a way that goes beyond scrimmaging to build confidence and personal growth. I was working with a client conducting peer reviews when one of the most experienced employees had the worst presentation. His content and activities were great, but his presentation was dry. His body language was so poor, you would have thought he hated his job. Yet he spoke and did small presentations inside and outside the organization on a regular basis. Yikes! When I asked my client if he was surprised by the person's presentation skills, he said, "Yes, I am shocked. I thought he would have done better than that since he presents in his job." Over the next several months, during one-on-one meetings and special time set aside, we scrimmaged this employee's presentation skills. The next presentation, 90 days later, showed incredible improvement. He prepared more and did not read the slides. Instead, he told a story and used the slides as a guide. He was engaging and entertaining. The conversations about this employee's performance were initially difficult. But after a year of peer reviews and ongoing coaching, this employee believed in himself. He felt more confident in what he does, and it showed. Of course, like many things that are good for us, there is a cost to conducting peer reviews of our game plans. Peer reviews, like the plans themselves, sometimes fall prey to the power of the new. They gain traction at first but wander from the road and fade from view soon after. They get removed from the key activities list because they take time, assuming each person has up to 45 minutes to present. For coaches and their teams, it can be a beatdown to sit there and listen to everyone's presentation. But it is a beneficial beatdown. Trust me, the rewards of everybody having a renewed focus every 3 months through peer-to-peer game plan presentations are worth it. They make up for the couple of days in preparation and the couple of days in presenting. Think of how fast your business changes, weekly, even daily in some cases. Are quarterly adjustments and updates really too frequent? Is having a game plan that raises the accountability level of the entire team not going to help you win better and more? Every team in sports needs a game plan to compete and win. Remember, creating it is just the beginning. We must use it and present and share it for optimal results. Takeaways: quarterly game plans and peer presentations. The only thing worse than an ignored or bad game plan is no game plan. If it is not written down, it is a thought, not a plan. Game plans can be a time-consuming beatdown. So while they are extremely important, they get done only when a leader or coach mandates them. Do not stop reviewing your plans, no matter how busy your team becomes or how repetitive the reviews. Peer presentations are tough, time-consuming, and sometimes inconvenient. But the rewards are huge for presentation skills, focus, best practice sharing, accountability, and success. Chapter 4. Set logical, not realistic goals. Take the power out of the past and strive for what can be done, not what has been done. 40% taking the power out of the past, 40% thinking logically, 20% having the discipline to just do it. I spent more than 25 years in corporate America. I have owned 4 companies. I am the father of 4 children. I teach, coach, and write books about goal setting. And yet, I still consistently find myself not setting and managing my goals. My biggest struggles in logical goal setting are no longer a lack of knowledge of how to set them, or the scale from realistic to logical. The struggle is the discipline to do it. In fact, I am going to stop writing right now, so we can all set 3 goals for this week. I will be right back. Please hold. That is a first step to making logical goal setting a priority, writing it down. Now schedule time to do it. Start by making it a recurring meeting on your calendar, with an alert to remind you when it is coming. That is the next step, but it is not going to be enough. We know that just because it is on our calendar does not mean we will do it. Heck, just look at the other recurring scheduled tasks we do not do already. So how do we keep this from being a calendar cleanup item in 6 months? Have the discipline to keep the team and yourself focused on those goals, so you start to see the results. Simply put, the short-term pain of doing something that is good for us is worth it if we get the great results we need from doing it. It is like exercise and dieting. We exercise and stay on diets, not because we do not want to eat cake, but because we see the benefit from doing or not doing these things. Usually, we also have some larger goal in mind. The bigger that goal, the harder we need to work and stay focused on it to make any diet work. Is it realistic that I can lose 25 pounds before my college reunion in a month, even though I have never dieted before? Probably not, but it is possible if I want to do it. Seeing the first pounds come off inspires me, but there are still weeks and pounds to go, and keeping the goal all in my head is not helping. Hiring a great personal trainer who shares my goal is like having a coach to push me. Telling my friends what I am doing provides support. And as Weight Watchers has shown, having a community around me that is after the same or similar goals helps me even more. It helps to sustain the work necessary to achieve my goals. The same can be said for setting logical goals for our teams and ourselves as business leaders. Logical versus realistic goal setting. Logical goal setting is of course easier to articulate when a department or team is responsible for or measures success in numbers. In sales, let us say my company's industry-wide total market share is $100 million. My company has a 10% market share, or $10 million in sales. My 3 top competitors have $20 million in sales, or a 20% market share. The realist in me says we did $10 million in sales last year. And I think this year we are good to grow 10%, 20% at the outside, to $11 million. This would mean a market share increase of 1 to 2%. I got sleepy just reading that sentence. The logical leader in me says we did $10 million last year. Make logical goals important for everyone, and it will be important for everyone. We did $10 million last year, and it is a $100 million industry. And if 3 of my competitors can have 20% market share, then so can we, right? So there is no reason we cannot double our sales, because they are buying the other $30 million from someone else. That may not be realistic, but it is logical. Logically, I know that the other 90% of the market is buying from somebody else. And 30% is buying from companies smaller than my company. I can believe that. Given the number of opportunities and resources available, my company should be able to increase market share to 20%. The only questions being how and when. Measurable numbers do not have to be dollar-based. In Chapter 5, I talk about a leader who is in charge of safety at a dozen plants for a major manufacturer. And I discuss how I used the logical goal of 0 accidents in a quarter to motivate his team. Most companies say they want to have the best customer service. So how about a goal of being number 1 in service and reliability in your industry or market? Remember, numbers are not just about sales, and sales are not only about sales teams. Sales numbers are about revenue. Yet every time we think of revenue, volume, profits, and growth, we think that is just about sales. But that is not true. Revenue, growth, and sustainability are for leaders and teams in every part of a company. Whether they are in creative, editorial, marketing, engineering, technology, production, or design. Trust me, the sales departments do not think they can do it, without the leaders of other departments thinking logically too. How else will a business innovate or address the needs of the customers? Salespeople do not design and produce the phones, cars, computers, and kitchen equipment they are selling. They do not build the websites and program the software. They may anticipate what their customers need and innovate how they sell, but they cannot innovate what they are selling. They cannot sell what the market will need 3 or 5 years from now. 5 years ago, GPS devices were everywhere, and salespeople were selling them like crazy. It's not now. Today, more and more people use their phones for navigation. So people at Garmin Better have been thinking, months and years before today, about adapting and designing what it could sell next. Lest they end up like RIM and its BlackBerry and get left behind. The biggest difference between crazy and genius is success. You might think my logical goals are crazy. Yet when I reach those goals and someone can because the logical is possible, I pass the realistic goal. In pursuit of my logical goal, I am a genius. What do you need to be logical rather than realistic? A little crazy and a lot of belief. Was it realistic in 1994, when Barnes & Noble and other chains boomed, that Jeff Bezos wanted to build the biggest bookstore on the internet? Should we tell our finance manager not to dream big and live big, and reach her goal of becoming a CFO someday? My friend is a drummer who said all his life, I am going to be a drummer for one of the biggest bands in the world. Do I tell him, dude, that is not realistic? Or when I see him working so hard to get there, do I encourage his dreams? By the way, he is now the drummer for country superstar Jason Aldean. Sure, it does not hurt to be a little naive and not know that something cannot be done. Or that conventional wisdom says something cannot be done. When I wrote and decided to self-publish my first book, The Sales Leader's Playbook, in 2008, I was excited to make it a bestseller. But I quickly found out that writing the book was the easy part, which is saying a lot for me. Selling it was much harder. Still, I did not know that or even care. With unbridled optimism, I called bookstores and distributors around the country, asking them if they would want to sell my books. I was shocked to find that they did not really care to do so. They apparently didn't hear my ego screaming at them the way it screamed at me. I could have given up, but I did not. I had coached myself to write out my goals and to stay focused on them. And since I travel a lot, one of my goals was to see my book in an airport bookstore. After making too many calls to count, sending out hundreds of books, and getting more rejection than I did from girls during my high school years, it seemed that it would not happen. But I soldiered on, determined to see my dream come alive. I have since discovered that most people in publishing think this is impossible. Without bestseller status or paying for shelf space. But back then, all I thought was, there are books in those stores that are not bestsellers or by well-known authors. Why not mine's? After several months and many tries, I met a young man stocking a bookstore, and I told him who I was and what I wanted to do. He had great energy and said, "My name is Rico, like Rico Suave," and we talked briefly. He told me that he would talk to his boss and see what he could do. Rico did not disappoint. After weeks of communications, meetings, and calls, we were able to get my book placed in the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. The picture of the display of my book in that first of many airport stores still sits on my vision board in my office. It is not to remind me of how far I have come, but to inspire me to keep pushing the logical bar higher. My next goal is to sell 1 million books. People have, you know. Why not me? Do not use experience to predict the future. Our goals must not limit us, they must challenge us. But we cannot fake any of it. We have to believe that we have the ability to win, to be number one or achieve whatever our logical goal is. Leaders and their teams must forget the past and then believe in the goals. They must align themselves with those goals and do all the activities from scrimmaging to recruiting the best players and beyond to get there. When I took over the Southern California market for Sprint, it was among its worst performing markets in the country. So naturally, I told my team at the first managers meeting that our logical goal was to be number one in sales. And we would decrease our budget expenses to the lowest in the country. I told them how to get there. We were going to implement a coaching program and culture, similar to the one in this book. Just because it has never been done does not mean it cannot be done. I explained how I would work with everyone on scrimmaging and peer presentations. And I would coach them to overcome any existing obstacles and to believe in our new broader vision for success. That is when one manager stood up and said something like, "Hey, you know what, I get it. The whole big Texas attitude, we are going to make things happen. But Nathan, that is not possible here." "Okay, why?" I asked. "The facts are real simple," he said. "We have too many stores in this market and more competitors than you are used to. And in many cases, our competitors are better than we are. There is just too much for this team to handle already. We have never been number one, but we are pleased with where we are." I like to call this manager the snowman because of the snow job he was trying to sell me. This was the most cynical, pessimistic kind of thinking. And what was worse, he was playing me for the fool. He was not being sarcastic. He was being manipulative. He started with a backhanded compliment about my Texas attitude working in smaller markets, but he was trying to deflect me from digging deeper. He did not want me pushing the team to overcome any obstacles. The snowman was not a bad person, but he was using every obstacle, realistic thinking, and past experience as excuses for a lack of achievement. The snowman was so busy believing that we were where we were supposed to be in the market that he refused to believe anything else was possible. And that prevented him from holding himself or anyone accountable. He believed it did not matter what we did, and that the situation was not going to change, so why try to be better? I had no interest in making this okay for the snowman or the team. So in this case, I came back hard at the snowman with a speech that was partly about the power of thinking logically and partly an ultimatum. I took a deep breath. That attitude does not work for us anymore. If you think it cannot be done, then it cannot be done. Let us use the experience of the past to understand what our obstacles are, but let us push ourselves to reach bigger goals. The number of stores is immaterial. We have a low market share, and if people are buying phones but not buying our phones, we need to find out why. The issue is not the market or our competitors. The issue is us. We need to find a way to be better. If your people do not think they can beat them, cause I want to work for the team. If you cannot get behind this, the company will find other people who can. The snowman had no snow job to answer this. Neither did any of the other managers, who refused to align with our goals. Of course, I was not this blunt with all of them, and I did give all of them time. I spent months trying to coach them to be top performers and reach our logical goal. But in the end, we terminated the snowman and about 30 others in the office, 30% of my team in the first 8 months. And the snowman was proven wrong. Once we faced the tough decision to get rid of people like the snowman and the victims who blamed everyone but themselves for their lack of success and were not going to change, the others began to see the possibility. They started to see what we could accomplish. They started to see the market change. We did not just improve sales, communication, and relationships at the stores. We expanded from 30 local retailers to 60. Every month as sales increased, the team's belief got a little stronger. Within 18 months, we, as an entire team, were able to achieve our goal of becoming number one. And we became one of the company's most effective and efficient markets in the country. Not only did logical thinking turn the team around at Sprint, it made the work fun. They were actually volunteering to pass out donuts to customers at 4 a.m. on the day after Thanksgiving for the doorbuster early bird specials. And they were having a blast doing it. They were working to prove something and keep winning. As we achieved our goals, one of the managers came up to me and said, "Nathan, you have to be the most unrealistic manager I have ever had." "But I have never achieved so much success," he said. He told me he initially resented me for being what he saw as unrealistic. He said he might not appreciate all the change or like it when it was happening. But he appreciated it when it was over, and we saw the results of our hard work. Doing your best is never easy and takes you out of your comfort zone. Your job as a leader is to expand your team's comfort zone. When you are winning, it is the greatest pain in the world. Cannot pitch a strike unless you show up at the game. My wife and I tell our kids not to let anyone determine their success. We tell our kids all the time that they can do anything they want. When they are trying to do something and say, "I can't," my wife or I will immediately respond, "You can do anything you set your mind to. If you believe you can and do the hard work to get there." I know we are not an anomalies. Most parents tell their children this and truly believe it. Yet when it comes to our successes as adults, especially in business, we do not believe it. And it is not just the snowman making excuses with comments like, "We cannot do that because of our marketplace." It is people who just do not believe that they, or their businesses, can compete on a higher level than they already are. We say we cannot compete with them. Or I cannot change industries because I am too old. Or this is all I have ever done. All the fear of failure or the worries about steep learning curves or the hard work it will take to get to goals. The things we say and believe our kids can overcome, we use to dash our own dreams as adult professionals. So to whom are we lying? Are we lying to our kids when we tell them they can do anything? Or are we lying to ourselves when we say we cannot? I have asked this question of literally thousands of business people, and 100% of the time, they say that they are not lying to their kids. They really believe their kids can do anything in life. So then we are lying to ourselves when we make excuses for inaction or for not doing any better than we already are. We constantly tell ourselves and say out loud, "It's impossible." Well, to paraphrase a famous line from the movie The Princess Bride, we keep using that word, but it does not mean what we think it means. In fact, many things we make excuses for in business are possible. And leaders who want to be coaches must push their teams to understand what this really means. They must elevate their success beyond the possible, to a level that may have seemed impossible. They do this by setting goals that are logical, not just realistic. Takeaways. Set logical, not realistic goals. Realistic goals are based on our past and are limited by our experiences. Logical goals are based on what can be done, based on time, capacity, and commitment. Make it important and it will be important. Goal setting is a benefit. Everyone agrees, yet most of us keep talking about it and do not do it, so just do it. Logical thinking and dreaming big is not just for kids and sales teams trying to make their numbers. They are for every leader and team that desires to get the most out of work and life. We believe our kids can be anything they want to be in life, and yet we think we cannot change careers or be number one in business because we have not done it before. Whom are we lying to? Chapter 5. Take responsibility for motivation and morale. 50% learning, energy, and challenges. 50% perspective, gratitude, and direction. Whatever you have heard about it being a leader's job to manage, not motivate, is another lingering legacy of the management culture. It comes from the belief that a leader should hire great people and get out of their way. A leader might even say it is their job to motivate themselves. I pay them for that. To this and every other excuse leaders make for not motivating their teams, I say baloney. To every leader who says motivation does not work or cannot be sustained, I say baloney. No matter what anyone says, it is the leader's job to motivate their teams. In sports and in business, it is the coaches who must make sure they have motivated teams who want to win. Do not get me wrong. Coaches cannot do it all. I want my teams to inspire one another, and I expect a willingness to be motivated and some self-motivation too. But this must not happen at the expense of silence from me. I expect and mandate that leaders do the same. Motivate their teams with focus and discipline, passion and belief. And we must find a way to do this, not once or twice, or whenever we see a cool team bonding exercise to try out. We must do it on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis, and then start all over again. Motivation leads to action. How many times have you led a terrific meeting to rally the team, in which everyone gets pumped and unites around the plan or goals being set, only to see the energy fade by the next week? This is some of the evidence leaders use to say this motivation stuff does not work. They say it works only for a short time and then fades away. But that is an excuse. Motivation does work. It works like food in our bodies. Think about the best meal you ever had and how happy and full you were afterward. If you did not eat again for 3 days, would you not feel hungry? Would you think that food stuff did not work? Like food for our bodies, leaders must refuel their teams with motivation and find ways to feed their teams this fuel daily. But the unfortunate truth is, most of us cannot, do not, and will not get this motivated to motivate because the job is never done. That is why motivation does not work without a system. It needs a system to keep it going. It needs a focused plan with which leaders must get involved to implement with key activities and desired results on that daily, weekly, and monthly basis. Some of this plan can be achieved through the rewards and recognitions we discussed in Chapter 2. Some of the activities can be easy, such as remembering to offer kind words or brief guidance during scrimmaging and before and after a presentation. But the best ideas come from learning what is possible, believing that it is possible, and challenging ourselves to think bigger. I was coaching an executive in charge of 12 plants throughout the United States and Canada for a major manufacturing client. One of our first discussions was about the plant's safety ratings, which were based on the number of injuries at the plants. Every quarterly plan update, he would set a goal to have a small decrease in reported injuries. Why not just make the goal 0, I asked. Nathan's, you do not get it, he laughed. That is not possible. We talked some more, and he told me how some plants had more than 2 injuries, and others had none. So I asked, if one plant can have 0, then so can everybody else, right? Yes, in theory, but not in reality, he said. To his credit, the executive seemed uncomfortable with his answer. Part of his discomfort, as you might have guessed, was that he had set a realistic goal, not a logical one. He definitely knew it was possible to achieve those safety results. But there was something more. He knew logical goal setting and making the teams believe in it was only part of the solution. He needed a plan that would motivate the teams to achieve those goals. He started by looking at what it would take to get the number of injuries to 0, and he created new programs and incentives to make his people better. Then he started a program that had never been done before, implementing new ideas that he and his leadership team created. They brought together a group of peers, leaders, managers, and personnel who went to one plant at a time to do a deep dive into the operations. Then they shared the good and bad of what they found. At each plant, they found positive factors they could implement at other plants, and negative factors that needed to stop. But the team now had suggestions for improvement based on what they had learned in their travels to other plants. His program became a nationwide initiative. Next, the plant executive also started searching for programs and ideas outside the company and industry. Eventually, he mandated plant walkarounds, during which a plant manager walks the plant floor a couple of times a day to talk and work with the employees and supervisors. Prior to these walkarounds, plant managers could go days or even a week before they spent time on the floor working with the team. 3/4 of consistent safety rating improvements later, the plant executives team had achieved an all-time low in safety scores. Maybe 0 injuries across the board was not always possible, but making his people strive for that goal motivated them to be better. Learning energy challenges. There are many ways to motivate people, but as my plant executive's plan reveals, coaches in business can always rely on 3 things that almost anyone responds to. These 3 things are learning, energy, and challenges. Learnings. Knowledge plus learning plus confidence equals motivation. This is the magic formula leaders must remember. Knowledge alone does not lead to motivation. Learning more and in the right way builds on that knowledge and helps us get better at what we do. When we learn something valuable, we become more confident in ourselves. As a result, we are more motivated to take action. We then keep working on what we learned and strive to learn more. That is the number 1 variable that determines winning or losing confidence. The more we teach our people as coaches and hold them accountable to that learning, the more confidence they have. The more confidence they have, the more they win. They are motivated to work, and challenges make you go bigger. They gain more desire to keep learning and to start the process all over again. For the plant manager, learning what was going right and wrong at one plant, and then taking the knowledge to the others to solve problems throughout all the plants, made every plant better. It gave his team and himself confidence to sustain the program. It also gave him confidence to look outside the industry for new ideas, which led to the idea of plant walkarounds. Do not have a manufacturing plant you are responsible for. The essential way for any leader to motivate through learning is to sustain the weekly and monthly practice sessions and peer presentations we covered in chapters 1 and 2. Energy. Want your team to have the right energy? Then have it yourself and make sure your team can feel it in what you say, and more important, what you do. It is not just paramount that coaches genuinely believe in all the principles of coaching and that they follow the actions of their playbooks. They must be passionate about them. We have spent a considerable amount of time discussing the bad attitudes on a team and how it brings a team down. But leaders must remember that their positive attitudes and the energy that comes from them can motivate the team to find solutions to overcome obstacles. Positive energy, fueled by passion for the job and the success of the team, will motivate any team to success. Negative energy, fueled by a lack of passion, will motivate the team to fail. The walkarounds of the plant manager engaged the employees and transferred his positive energy to the teams on the floor. This motivated them to do more to succeed. They wanted to get better now, too. This cannot happen within the four walls of leaders' offices. It is imperative for us to remember our coaching principles and get involved with our teams. We will cover getting on the field with the team in more detail in Chapter 12. But for now, remember to smile, share your passion with the team, and engage your top performers positively. Challenges. Like top-performing athletes, top-performing teams do not just want to be coached, they want to be challenged. When they are given a larger area of responsibility, they view the increase as a compliment. It is a sign that their bosses believe in them and their capabilities, and they are motivated to do more. It is easy to see how the plant manager challenged himself, not only with logical goals, but also by going outside the industry and doing things no one had attempted before. A simple way of implementing this in any office is to use a basic challenge model that does not need to be connected to rewards and recognitions. Every week when you meet with the team members individually and as a group, create one new challenge that will result in a significant achievement that month. The easiest example is to break some company record that is relevant to your team. This could be inventory issues, the number of sales, customer service calls, fewer customer complaints, or media placements. It should be some measurable objective, significant for your company. Uniting the team around these significant challenges creates at least a mental scoreboard to track achievement. Though a real scoreboard works even better. Otherwise, it is like playing golf without keeping score or poker without money. It might be fun for a short time, but after a while we lose focus and just start going through the motions. But do not limit yourself to straight number challenges to make or break records. You can go anywhere with these challenges, from small to large, such as challenge the finance team to spend a day in the field with the sales or service team. Challenge the sales team to spend 2 hours that day at the plant or in the warehouse. Challenge a manager to serve someone a cup of coffee. Challenge the engineering team to greet customers at the door. If we make any of these things happen just 50% of the time, we will still achieve 6 milestones or team achievements per year. Once again, the key to any of the challenges, like any principle or process in this book, is that it must be genuine. It must be maintained and not just something we say we did once. Coaches must always keep it going and keep it real. If it is not, our intent will fade. So all we will have are empty actions that leave us back where we started, looking for something else to keep the team motivated. If you are unsure about what might challenge and motivate your team, ask them. Turn to your top performers, and if they are not the most motivated, turn to the ones who are. Sometimes we have top performers who have good results, despite the fact that they are not motivated. But that does not mean they are good team members or valuable overall to the team, as we learn in Chapter 7. First, we need people who are motivatable. Given the chance to put an equally talented but more motivated person in place, a leader would, every time, get greater results from the team. If leaders have people on their teams who are not motivated by their jobs, they must take responsibility for it and help them find that motivation. If that does not work, they might decide to help those people find something they are motivated about and tell them to go do that for a living. Get your team in the new guy or girl zone. New employees are full of hopes and dreams. They look at every obstacle as an exciting challenge. They have grand dreams of success and no presuppositions about what can and cannot be done. Thus, the new guy often gets things done that cynics in the company would dismiss as impossible. Over time, however, two things usually happen to those new guys in management cultures. They leave when the challenge of their new jobs fade and opportunities are not presented to them. Or they become old guys, those cynics dwelling on the past and telling the new guys why things cannot get done. This is what happens when the learning, energy, and challenges go away. Motivation disappears with them. That is why leaders like the plant executive must always ask, given the tools we have today, how do we achieve more? When coaches challenge their teams to answer this question by achieving something greater than they have in the past, they will train and prepare for it. They will enter what I call the new guy or girl zone. Of course, it is a grind to keep this up. When you start out, it is like the beginning of a little league baseball season. The grass is freshly cut. The excitement of playing the first games carries you. You have optimism. You watch things come together. Win or lose, it is fun. Everybody is excited despite the mistakes, and then you realize it is just game 2. 10 more weeks of practice and games. But those 10 weeks happen no matter what. You can find a way to stay motivated and keep getting better, or just keep losing. In business and little league, it is right to take the short-term pain of development for the long-term gain. The problem is short-term pain can result in lost motivation that can be tough to recover. If a coach's bosses do not have confidence in the long-term plan and see some progress, there may be no long-term. If the players, especially your top performers, are losing their passion, there may be no long-term. The consequences are the same: lose too many games without the support of your team, and any coach can get fired. To keep the top of the team motivated when the grind starts, leaders tend to delegate key leadership tasks to their star players and top performers. We tell our superstars, now that they have developed these skills and are perceived as the team's top performers, we need them to lead the team. We need them to inspire them and develop the team and take over drills. Delegating to them is an excellent motivational tool, as long as we delegate leadership on the field, not in coaching. What that means is top performers can be leaders of the team on the field, but they do not replace the coach. They run activities like scrimmaging and peer-to-peer presentations. In other words, delegating to top players can become part of a leader's motivational equation, but it cannot become the coaching equation. Coaches let players lead players on the field, which is a step to making more coaches. Baseball managers cannot have their shortstop coaching the team during a game, plus playing shortstop. Just as companies cannot have leaders responsible for a team of sales reps, plus their own sales quotas. A great shortstop can make perfect plays and get key hits, but he cannot do that and be a great coach at the same time. Create leaders motivated to coach, not managers motivated to manage. Of course, this is what many companies do, create managers rather than coaches. When a company grows, it promotes its top performers to leadership positions. But it still expects them to do most of the work they were previously doing and take responsibility for the team. In most companies, this usually happens because we do not want to pay for a coach to lead the team in the first place. And we fear losing the good work that the leader was responsible for. As a result, the newly minted leaders cannot really delegate much because the company has said, "I want you to be the creative director in charge of all of the other designers, but I still want you to do the designing you are doing." What exactly are they directing then? When companies do that, their leaders cannot coach. They can manage the team like leaders do in management cultures, because that requires little involvement and accountability. They think, "I am never getting fired for not being a manager, but I will get fired if I do not do my work. So if I just make my numbers, not blow anything up, and manage when I can, I am safe." Trust me, hire a leader to coach, and that leader will not leave any project untouched because they are responsible for all of them. This is especially true if they have been coached by a leader in the past. But if leaders have to be responsible for their previous work too, that is highly demotivating. Leaders in this situation are not growing their people, they are just maintaining operations. A company will get more done, get better results, and have a more motivated team if it has one leader managing 3 players and their projects. It will not work as well with 4 players with projects, and one of them ostensibly managing them all. Companies with leaders managing in these positions usually have a morale problem, which a coach must also take responsibility for. But in this case, words often speak louder than actions. This is because morale is the result of the team's feelings about what they are doing, and the situation they are in, not of any actions leaders take. To change does not always mean to get better. Leaders who are coaches can and must mandate activities, but they cannot expect change for the better immediately. They cannot expect that their teams will neatly fall into line in days or weeks or a month, after years of what has been. That is why coaches need to give the teams some perspective. Coaches know that to change old feelings, they must first and foremost work hard to change and improve their team's perspective. Make them grateful and passionate for the opportunities they have. This is especially true if a company is not only adjusting to the cultural changes coaching brings, but also going through downsizing, or dealing with some difficult competitive issues, manufacturing issues, financial issues, and so on. As my dad often told me, son, you think you have it bad, but trust me, someone out there has it a lot worse. This is why so many leaders and companies spend millions every year to bring in tragedy speakers. These are the motivational speakers who talk about facing and overcoming tragedies. Why does someone facing so much tragedy make us feel good? Does that make us mean? Of course not. It is because the speakers ask us to change our perspective. Help the team see the blessings they have, the job itself for one. A story of tragedy and overcoming it makes us grateful for what we have. They spark our emotions. We then look at our problems and realize that our issues are small. After the speech, everyone leaves determined to change their perspective and have a better outlook for pressing on and pursuing excellence. Then the actions of motivation can take over to sustain that feeling. Now it does not necessarily take a motivational speaker or a story about triumph over immense tragedy to change our perspective. It does take a coach to sit down with the team. In football, coaches give speeches before the game to mentally prepare the team. At halftime, they give a short speech either to get the team back on track, or if they are winning, to stay on track. Then at the end of every game, regardless of the result, the coach gives a final speech recognizing the good and the bad of the game and setting the tone of what is to come. Leaders can and must do the same thing in business, to take responsibility for their team's morale. Always think about and speak to them and prepare them for whatever part is coming next. Always think about and speak to your team the right way. They must see that the team morale is the sum of the individual's morale. One individual with a bad attitude infects and diminishes everyone, and then the team is defeated. As their leader, do this, acknowledge the hardships and hard feelings of a team member, but do not, under any circumstance, validate misery with sympathy. The team is not coming to us for sympathy, they are coming to us for perspective and direction. Sympathy is a valid and necessary emotion in life, but in this case, it is a toxin that only further poisons the well of bad morale. For example, an employee comes to you, the coach, expressing fear and sadness, anxious and depressed about conditions out of his control and negatively impacting his job. It might be the economy or something personal or the restructuring that is taking place. His leader, in an attempt to show sympathy, says something to the effect of, "You, despondent employee, are right. Business is tough right now and there is nothing to be done about it but struggle on." Instead of feeling better, the employee is gloomier than ever. The leader acknowledged the feelings, but also reflected and encouraged them. Word spreads, morale takes a dive, and the leader unintentionally hurts the team instead of helping. This is not to say that a leader of a team with bad morale is a bad person, but dumpster morale is often the result of a leader demonstrating sympathy instead of the empathy characteristic of great leaders. I first learned this when working with an executive at a Fortune 500 company. Times were tough, and the latest round of layoffs at the company had just been reported. Morale in his office was down, and he asked me what he could do about it. I told him his team's morale had nothing to do with the company. Morale was down because of him. "What are you saying to them when they come to you?" I asked. He told me he said something like, I understand, all the layoffs are hard to watch, and it is tough competition out there, and the economy is brutal, we just need to work through this. The problem is, this executive was not empathizing with the team when he said these things. He was not making the experience mutual and feeling what they were failing. He was sympathizing with them, acknowledging their hardships. As a result, he was not holding them accountable for winning anymore. He stopped pushing them to do the very thing they probably needed to do to avoid being laid off themselves, keep working harder. After working with him for months, he started to see my point and asked how to implement a change in direction and undo what he had said before. My advice was simple: tell them the truth. I told him to say, I have noticed morale is down, and I have found out that this is more my fault than your fault or anyone or anything's fault. I have allowed us to use excuses to have a pity party. I have sympathized with you instead of pushing you and myself to do more in spite of the obstacles and to work to overcome them. Now when this executive tells his team to be grateful for what they have and keep working hard, their perspective starts to change. Morale starts to creep upward. The executive learned that morale is not something you fix when it is broken, like the air conditioner in your home. It is something you must adjust, tweak, and maintain, like the temperature of your home. The thermostat is your responsibility. You have to keep the temperature consistent, starting with your own attitude. And then give direction constantly, because morale is dependent on your direction, as much as it is on perspective and gratitude. There may be uncertainty, resistance, confusion, words of defeat mixed with passion and desire as you implement this playbook. Help your team through it. Guide them. Encourage them. Share your plan and the direction for how things will change. That is not only what will compel a team to share a leader's beliefs, but also what will make the beliefs their own. Takeaways: motivation and morale. The coach keeps the players motivated at all times and holds players accountable for motivating themselves and one another. Motivation is like food to our bodies. If we did not eat for 3 days, we would say we are hungry, not that food does not work. Motivation is the same, we must refill daily. Knowledge creates confidence, and when we are confident, we are more motivated. Motivated players with talent and skill will always outperform those without motivation. Morale is not about action, it is about feelings. It requires a coach to direct the team members to change their perspective and feel gratitude when the feelings are bad. Chapter 6. Build your bench, recruit the best players. Getting better does not always come from hiring those with experience. 40% recruiting before a position is open, 40% getting outside your industry, 20% committing to the rookie. An engineering client of mine was having trouble with one of his company's leaders. This leader had a huge job with enormous responsibility that he was no longer doing very well. My client knew he needed a change. Nathan, he said, I have got to replace this guy. But I cannot find enough engineering experience in this industry. There is no one out there with that experience. So I said, why not go out and find someone with great skills and engineering experience outside the industry? My client looked confused, so I explained. Look for the attributes you want first, such as reliability, trustworthiness, drive, and energy. Look for positivity and motivation to succeed. These things are harder to teach than industry specifics. Trust me, you can teach someone your business. But you cannot teach someone to want to be successful. Let us find the best person and turn that person into the best in your industry. That will take at least 3 months to do, he said. That is fine, I told him. It will be hard for those 3 months. Business may also be a little rocky during that time. But you are building something very powerful, the best player for the team that you need. In 3 months, you will start to see exponential growth, year over year, because you have the right person. My client was not initially sold. But that is because what I was saying flies in the face of conventional management hiring wisdom. Hire the right people, not the right experience. The single biggest mistake most leaders make as managers is to look only for industry experience. Leaders see someone with industry experience and are willing to give up all the other things such as focus and attitude. We dismiss things such as having a personal connection. We in effect say, I like you. You have the passion and enthusiasm I need. But you do not have enough experience. So I am going to go out and find a person with more experience, whom I do not like very much because they will hit the ground running. Typically, this method results in a bad hire. And when it does, we start making excuses, as my client did, that all the good people are taken. But that is because we keep fishing in the same crappy industry pond. If other companies have fished out the whole pond, what is left? The fish other people threw back. I am not saying do not hire for a skill set. I am not saying avoid hiring for experience. I am saying do not hire on industry experience alone. This is what I call a fruits and roots situation. Leaders are usually so focused on the fruits of the tree, we forget that it is the roots that grow the fruit. The easiest way is not always right, even if it looks that way. Experience counts too. But we need to remember that attributes and skills are the keys to success. Yes, industry experience can shorten a ramp-up period. Yes, the 3-month learning curve was difficult for my client to stomach in our instant gratification-based world. And really, it can take up to 6 to 12 months in most situations. Yes, in theory, during the 3 to 12 months the person from outside the industry is learning the business, that person will underperform someone with experience and connections. But if you go out of business because you backfilled that one position and needed to train the new person longer, you are going out of business anyway. It would not matter what short-term results someone with industry experience might have delivered. At the end of the day, a company needs revenue to survive. But it needs good people even more than revenue, because people make and grow revenue. This is why professional sports teams have rebuilding years. We cannot all spend money like the New York Yankees. And it does not always work, even when we do. Let us face it, the most recent Yankee dynasty was a core of homegrown players and role players that fit the team, not superstars. In business, it is the same, only on a tighter timeline. We need to recruit for the best talent and fit, not just for experience. That is why we need to be constantly recruiting talent and building our benches as coaches. Build your bench, find talent before there is a need. Many of the leaders I work with get the bench building concept wrong. Building the bench is not about filling open positions. It is about finding, meeting, and interviewing top talent before there is an open position. Remember, coaches act before there is a problem. Professional sports teams have scouts all over the world looking for new talent. Can you not at least look around? Filling open positions is not building the bench, it is hiring. I said and did the same thing for years, until one day someone in HR asked me a question. Why is industry experience important? I started with my usual answers. Our industry is complicated and can have a long ramp-up period. I want a new employee to come in and hit the ground running. I want a person with industry contacts, able to connect with other leaders to bring over some future clients. Or possibly to add more talented team members to improve our team. And honestly, it is easier on me. So I told HR to keep industry experience as a requirement. But as I thought more about it, I started to see a different side of those reasons. Just because people understand an industry does not mean they are good at their jobs or are experts. Just because a person knows how to run does not mean he or she will run. Who is to say the relationships they have with other leaders and potential clients and employees are good ones? Who is to say those people are even good employees? Why is being selfish a legitimate excuse for not doing something better? At the end of the day, how many times had I hired people because of their experience and contacts? I even justified paying them a higher salary. And after all was said and done, none of that yielded anything of any value. It happened more than I wanted to admit. This is how I, like most leaders, ended up hiring people with the bad attitudes I discussed in part 1. I assumed they possessed all the skills and experience I would later fear losing if they quit. This happened because I had made industry experience such an important factor when I hired them. For me, I assumed these people had contacts that could become my team's customer base. For leaders in other divisions, it might result in connections to vendors, suppliers, politicians, or government workers. It might be technology, IT, trade associations, national and local businesses, or industry social networks. What I was really saying then was that the name of the company and the work my whole team did was not the source of those contacts. The individuals were the source. Meanwhile, while I had zeroed in on the benefits of industry experience, I had ignored concerns about how potential employees acted. I ignored how they made me feel in the interview. I ignored things such as the way they blamed others for all their struggles in their current positions, how everything was someone else's fault, or how their body language made me uncomfortable. Still, I thought I could change them. I reasoned that the environment they came from was bad. So with my cool, positive team, environment, and leadership, they would adapt. Not so. From that moment on, I resolved that whenever I interviewed potential employees, I would avoid reviewing their resumes during the interview. Instead, I would focus on the person in front of me. I will discuss their previous work, but only with an eye toward assessing their skills. I do not talk about their responsibilities. I ask how they handled certain scenarios and discuss some what-if situations. I then concentrate on how they answer, their energy, their attitude, and how I feel when they answer. Think about it. What do we usually have the most of on our teams? We have industry experience and company knowledge. So why continue to hire what we have the most of? Because most of us feel that our businesses or industries are too specialized or complicated to hire someone without experience. But I have worked with hundreds of companies over the past 20 years across many industries. And I have learned one near absolute truth. Every company is complicated, different, and specialized. And therefore, they are all uniquely the same. Okay, every company is a little different, and every industry has a learning curve. But as long as the work does not require a specific degree or license, coaches learn they can take a top performer from one industry to another, and she or he will be great. So we cannot hire someone to be a surgeon without a medical degree. But we can hire someone without hospital experience, but with the skills to run something as complicated as the hospital the surgeons work in. I know I could take the best sales leaders at an established U.S. product manufacturer and put them in sales in any industry. I could put them in any company and in any economy, and they would become top performers in that industry. And I believe this is true in almost any department or job. It applies to finance, operations, design, editorial, construction, public relations, and beyond. It even worked in engineering for the client I discussed at the start of this chapter. It worked as soon as he saw past the company ego that its industry was more difficult and specialized than others. Coaches know that few people have jobs so complicated that someone with similar skills but no knowledge of the industry cannot eventually do them. One of the best shot blockers of all time in the NBA, Dikembe Mutombo of the Congo, went to Georgetown on an academic scholarship. He also happened to be 7'2" and athletic. So the Georgetown coach, John Thompson, recruited him to play center for the basketball team. He could teach Mutombo the game. Southwest Airlines hires teachers who have absolutely no airline experience. They hire them because they are passionate about what they do. And they are used to handling cranky children in school, which is what we are like when our plane is delayed. They can teach them how to run the gate and aisle. I just hired a head bartender to run my office. I can teach her the computers and QuickBooks. But when she answers the phone, you can feel her. What makes someone great? I have several clients in the technology and engineering industries who often tell me I am wrong about all this. They tell me their company and industry is more advanced than other industries. Unfortunately, this view is just a bit of arrogance, self-defense, and pride, used to validate their own self-worth. Here is what I mean by that. When I say to these clients, if I have another client who makes concrete pipes, and they have an engineering position that pays $500,000 a year, can you do it? They will tell me, heck yeah. So just because they are engineers in a more advanced, meaning modern or high-tech industry, they can learn another seemingly less advanced industry, like concrete pipes. But an engineer from a concrete pipe company with the same skills and degree cannot learn their industry. Here is why leaders think this way. A lot of us have been doing something for such a long time in a certain industry that we gauge our worth by thinking, I am worth more money because I know this industry so well. I am smarter because I have been doing it for 15 years. Then they feel insulted when I tell them not to hire for industry experience. They think I am telling them that their experience is worthless. But I am not insulting them. Industry experience should not be how we gauge anyone's self-worth, including our own. I just want them to look at it from the other side. What makes you great is not what you have been doing for 15 years. What makes you great is you. The only one insulting anyone is you, for hanging your hat on a job that you have been doing for 15 years instead of the person that you are. Industry experience is not personal and thus does not replace personality. Look at it another way. How many times have our competitors hired one of our people and we are relieved because it was not one of our better people? Then we go right out and look for the experience to replace that person who was not very good in the first place. We play a game of passing the poor player. In the end, how much is that industry experience really worth? I am not saying that all industry experience makes for poor candidates and that they are destined to be poor performers. Nor am I saying we should never hire someone from our competitors. I am just trying to hammer home, once and for all, that industry experience is often of less importance than other skills or experience. And we need to be able to let it go if necessary. My engineering client did. They put aside their initial fear about the long learning curve. They dropped the assumption that engineers really need to know the products and features to make things. They hired a smart and driven engineer virtually right out of college. His learning curve would have been high anywhere. What my client soon realized is that without the industry experience, this guy was so great, because he did not have any of the baggage that comes with more experienced players. He did not know the history of what did and did not work. He did not have any barriers to his own entry. He had the degree, but he also had the humility of the new guy and none of the arrogance. The new engineer simply did what he did best. He used his engineering skills to break down all the learning and is now one of the top engineers in the company. A lighting manufacturer and distributor I worked with also let go of the chestnut that industry experience is essential. 3 years ago, they hired a pharmaceutical rep to do their sales. After so many bad hires, my client decided to hire this rep. They knew his learning curve was going to be a little longer at the beginning. But they felt great results would come from his skills long-term with proper coaching. They taught him light switches, and in 12 months he parlayed his sales skills onto the list of their top 10 reps in the country. Sure, the first 3 months were rough. He had to learn the industry and build his base. And so, from 0 to 90 days, he was slower than everyone else. But from day 91 to 365, he was passing them all at rapid speeds. Today, he is their #1 sales rep. Commit the most to your rookies. Of course, none of this works if leaders are not willing to do the work required. If you build your bench and then hire the best person on that bench and you do not train them, that is your fault. What is not your fault is the occasional bad hire, in spite of your efforts to recruit the right people. I know because there is no one who makes more bad hires than me. The difference between me and most is, as I said before, I hire fast and I fire faster. Say the person I hire after 90 days turns out not to be the right fit. If I get involved in my new hire's training, I will know within weeks if he or she is not a good fit, rather than years down the line. A bad hire, no matter the industry experience, will bring my entire team down. I need to find the person a different job in my organization, or find them a job outside of my organization and quickly. In the NFL, rookies are tested, trained, prepared, coached, and tested again before they make the team. Rookies go through a tough training camp for several weeks, and then preseason for a few weeks. Until finally the decision is made to keep them on the team or release them. Coaches in business must show the same commitment to our bench builders when we hire them. This applies really to anyone new to our team and organization. Do not sacrifice the important things for the easy things. We invest our time with the rookies so we can benefit from them in the future. Teach rookies everything you would want them to know, even if you think they already know it. Take the time to share written expectations. Be consistently and constantly available to them to help them understand the importance of their jobs. Create a training camp environment similar to professional sports, where playbooks and ideas are shared and tested. Have rookies shadow their leaders so they can understand how the leaders think and act. Have an industry learning session so the rookies know your version of the industry. I have spent a lot of time inside company organizations, and know that those who commit to the rookies are able to make better decisions about keeping or removing new hires. In many cases, when an organization does not have a leader involved in the boarding process, or what I refer to as the training camp, they end up keeping the wrong hire for too long. So what are you waiting for? Make talent a priority. Being a coach in business is going to force your team to step up or step out. So start searching for talent before this happens. Do not get stuck thinking you need to keep those poor performers because you do not have anybody on the bench. A coach who always has another one or two top people identified to fill a position means talented people are always connected to you, even if they are not on your team yet. Do not keep it a secret from your team either. If you do not, complacency will become less and less of an issue, I guarantee it. Typically, the best people are the ones happy at their jobs already. Your job is to find them and see if they would also be happy with you. If so, then convince them to join you. With today's social media and networking websites, there are many ways to achieve effective, proactive recruiting. Depending on the position, the place to find talent will vary and might surprise you. But it will not come from the same industry mixers and events everyone else goes to. I recently met a driver from the largest independent hotel management company in the United States who was pure awesomeness. He had great energy, was very intelligent, and understood the real meaning of serving people. The leaders at this hotel management company were doing things right because this driver loved his job even though he had had some much higher paying jobs in the past. He told me several times he loved coming to work. This type of person, positive, outgoing, and motivated, will work in all organizations. So here is your coaching homework. For 6 months, conduct one bench-building meeting or interview a week. Let prospective employees know what you are doing and why. This will also show future prospects that it is a difficult task to be a member of your team. And they will know if an actual open position comes to seize the opportunity. Let us break down the numbers. Even if you are successful only 10% of the time and take a few weeks off for vacation, this still gives you 5 new top-quality candidates. The advice I give my kids is the same advice I give coaches. No one is going to find you and give you something. So if you want something, you must go out and get it. Yes, like all coaching skills, building the bench is a simple concept, but difficult to find the time to execute and sustain. It reminds me of my aim to go to the gym and work out. Schedule it, mandate it, and make it happen. Takeaways. Building the bench. Identify talent before you need them so you get what you want and not what you will settle for. Hire the enthusiasm and skill and teach the industry knowledge. Stop shooting for hitting the ground running and start focusing on practicing with passion. Recruit and interview as a weekly task. Good employees are hard to find. Commit and invest time in the new hires immediately. Chapter 7. Make tough decisions. If you have someone who is not doing the job on any level, and with any time served, you need to coach them up or remove them from the position. Embrace conflict 100% to make the team better by refusing to accept what is unacceptable. Keep your winners because they are winners. Dump your losers because they are losers. Underperforming players in business and sports can improve with a change in direction or a change of scenery if we can make the necessary changes. My football coach was not always the nicest guy, but he was always upfront, honest, and clear. These attributes are what mattered to us, not how nice he was, and we played hard for him. We knew where we stood. He mandated that we have a positive attitude or leave the team, and he made sure we were ready to play every day. If a star player was a slacker or was making his teammates miserable, the coach directly addressed him. If the player refused to comply, he found the bench and then the bleachers. The coach did not do what all too many leaders do in business. He did not reward bad behavior by giving the player more responsibility. He did not allow the bad attitude to infect more players. He did not isolate the player from the team. He met the problem head-on and he coached. Saying this does not make tough decisions any easier for a coach. If you have ever seen the series Hard Knocks, you know what I am talking about. One of the hardest parts to watch is when the coach calls players into his office to let them know they are not going to make the team. He does it with a heavy heart. He knows he is telling the players their dreams will not happen, at least not now. It is never easy for the coach to say this, but it is necessary. Coaches in the NFL know they must make changes to the teams quickly to ensure a win for everyone, or their jobs are on the line. Not so in business. Coaches may know part of building a winning team is to get rid of all non-winning players, but we still find reasons to avoid the tough decision. We are selfish, and we are worried about the time and resources it would take. We avoid conflict and prefer to be nice to our people, giving them every chance and the benefit of the doubt. We confuse player tenure with player loyalty. We fear lost business, owing to losing the body and not having a replacement on the bench. Following our 5 essential coaching principles, all these reasons can now be remedied. But too many leaders, even after building their benches, still wait for attrition, rather than make places on the team now. We may talk to our employees about having to make tough decisions, but we avoid those tough decisions ourselves. We choose not to coach our non-winners up or out, hoping against hope that the situation gets better or at least no worse. But bottom to top, a bad situation rarely does get better, and usually gets worse without action. This is especially true when it comes to the people who are fun to have around, but whose work is just meh. Let us say someone has been working for you for a couple of years, and that person does an okay job. They are not making you famous, but they are not killing you either. They are a bit of a slacker, but most everyone really likes them. Too many leaders accept that person's mediocre work, instead of remembering that this is still a bad body, regardless of the lickability. Leaders must know that if they do not hold that person accountable, their top performers will notice. They will ask, if the boss just lets that slacker sit there, why should I work so hard? Now everybody on the team comes down to the bad bodies level. Everything is questioned, including their leadership. Then the top performers, who refuse to go down to that level, quit and become appreciated somewhere else. But guess who never quits? The mediocre slacker. But slackers are not the toughest people to deal with when a leader needs to build a winning team. What about the long-timers who are stuck in their ways and have grown complacent? What about the life suckers who deliver results, but whose attitudes bring the rest of the team down? What about the really good guys whom everyone likes, but who are just in the wrong job? Those are 3 kinds of underperformers we are likely to encounter in our businesses. Complacent long-timers, life suckers, and good guys. To understand these 3 types is the first step in the coach's job of making that tough decision to move them up or move them out or suffer the consequences. The complacent long-timer. I was conducting an initial interview with a client in the energy industry to decide if I would be a good fit to work with the company. The leaders below the CEO had read my previous books and called to ask if I would be willing to conduct some training. But in my initial interview, only the leadership team was in the room. They were excited about the potential of coaching, but when I asked what the CEO thought of the idea, they all looked at one another. They said, "We thought you could meet with him and find out, because we do not think he is going to agree with us 100%, but he needs to." Despite my apprehension, I agreed to the meeting, and we discussed the principles of my coaching program. The CIO agreed with most of the ideas, but he disagreed on one major point. He did not want to enforce accountability for his underperforming employees. Turned out this CEO knew he had underperformers on his team, especially employees who had been with him a long time. He felt they gave him minimum performance, so I asked him why he accepted it. He said, "Because they have been loyal to me for over 20 years. No disrespect," I said, "but loyalty is not shown in years of employment. You paid them for those years. The reason they stayed and continue to stay is because you paid them. I am not saying that they do not care, but loyalty is shown through continued contribution, not through tenure. Stop confusing tenure with loyalty, because we do not owe people anything for just showing up." The CEO seemed to agree, so I asked him, "Do you have a plan to address your concerns about the performance they are giving you?" "I have many times and will continue to address the issue," he replied, "but they are not going to change." "Then it sounds like they need to find a new job outside the organization," I said. He did not agree with me and he became defensive. "Absolutely not," he said, "these guys are untouchable and will be here as long as they want." Of course, this CEO's employees were untouchable, only because the CEO refused to do anything about them. At that point, we both knew this would not be a good fit for either of us. I simply believed the business could be a lot more successful, if the company followed my coaching principles and actually dealt with the underperforming people. So I thanked him for his time and told him that I had truly enjoyed our meeting. But I explained that my program would not work in an organization that will not hold all members accountable for the job that needs to be done. Turns out, this incredibly successful CEO was no different from most leaders in dealing with the complacent long-timers. Complacent long-timers are employees who have been at a company for a long time and lost passion for the job. As a result, they no longer deliver the results they used to. The reasons for the loss of passion vary from boredom to laziness. Maybe the humdrum of routines, methodically repeated year after year, have tired them out. Maybe they desire a change and a challenge, but fear taking the risks associated with looking for new work. Whatever the reason, complacent long-timers cause everyone to suffer, especially when they are leaders in the organization and have the sway of seniority. If other, less tenured employees take the complacency of the long-timer as an example, the complacency will only grow. It will spread like weeds, and over years, those substandard results will become ingrained in the day-to-day culture of the company. By the time the leadership is no longer willing to accept this behavior, leaders have an even bigger problem. Performances have declined, and the loss to the company has become huge. If leaders want the employees to change and the employees want to change, the task is now enormous. They have to overcome a huge delta of underperformance, a stagnant mess where the employees and the business are stuck. To restore flow, the employees need to hustle like rookies, finding and building new relationships and working as hard as ever. Usually their egos cannot handle that, and they lack the confidence to do so. In most cases, the employees are not willing to do the work and end up leaving. At the end of the day, everyone loses. The employee, the team, and the company each have to start over. All because of the leader's inability to make a tough decision about a complacent long-timer. That is what seemed to be happening with the energy company I met with. The company is still successful, but the CEO's status quo still rules. When I spoke to my contact a year later, he said they were in the same spot as before. Owing to the CEO's inability to hold everyone accountable, the good employees were frustrated and looking to leave. An entire culture of unhappiness was being fostered, and unless something drastic changed, the CEO would continue to accept complacency. Why wait for that? We do not owe anyone a job, we just owe them the opportunity to earn and keep their job. Let me be perfectly clear. I worked for Sprint for more than 9 years, and I gave them everything I had for those years. But they paid me very well and I loved my job. They owed me nothing for just showing up. We must expect our employees to show up and want to play every day. Like professional athletes who no longer have the ability or desire to play, complacent long-timers can no longer be on your team. A coach who stops putting the best players on the field stops getting paid for being a coach. Think about it this way, most athletes compete for their jobs every year. If employees had to interview for their jobs every year, most would not get rehired. Ask most leaders how many of their employees they would still hire, knowing what they know today, and they will say fewer than half. My message to those leaders is this: do those complacent long-timers know it? If they do not, that is our fault. Those employees do not know we want to fire them, and they may not even know what they are doing wrong. Complacent long-timers are not without hope for a turnaround, but leaders really have to push them. They really have to respond to improve their attitude, find their passion, and work their hardest. We are doing no one any good keeping them around, so move them to another team. Today, professional sports are filled with stories of players who are traded for the good of the team and the player. The complacent long-timers end up thriving on the new team, and the old team then has room to turn to its bench and bring in someone new who will deliver results. The life sucker. The life sucker is the easiest to spot of the 3 types, but not the easiest to handle. Life suckers are not team players, do not follow direction and just suck the life out of a team. Unfortunately, life suckers sometimes have impressive knowledge and deliver great results. As a result, life suckers can grow very powerful. Leaders are thus hesitant to deal with them because it can mean a real loss of business. But remember, everything about a life sucker is powerful. Attitudes are infectious, and a bad attitude makes for bad business. So what is a coach to do? I had a life sucker like this in my company, who was not only a great performer, she was my superstar. But she was always bringing the team down. This happened most noticeably in team meetings. I would propose a change in direction or a logical goal, like increasing our revenue share. Her immediate response was, "That cannot be done," or "We cannot do that and here is why," or "We have never done that." This was one of my top people. The team viewed her as an unofficial second in command. So when she said those things, everyone listened and thought, well, if she said so, then it has to be true. Problem was, she did not really think that. 2 hours later, she would call me and say, "Okay, so I got this figured out, and here is what we are going to do." She would come up with her own solution for how we were going to head in a direction as a company. But what good was that for the actual group and the 6 other managers who left the meeting thinking something could not be done? It is impossible to be a great employee and have a bad attitude. Understand, this person was waving our team's flag, but no one saw that. She left with an agenda in her head and came up with a solution the others could not see. Instead, what the team saw was a naysayer who contradicted my coaching vision and then came up with a plan in isolation. I needed her either to wave the team's flag in front of the team or to get off the team. I needed her to be saying in front of the team all the things she was saying to me one-on-one. I needed people to see her as a leader of the team's agenda and not her own agenda, or I needed her to take that agenda somewhere else. Which is exactly what I told her in a documented meeting. Because this person had become so powerful, I could not fight her. So I did not fight her, I empowered her. I explained what I saw happening and how much power she had. I told her, when you leave the meeting, and then you go and fix the problem, every other manager thinks they cannot do it either. It does not matter if you solve it later. You are making my job a lot harder by creating doubt where it does not need to be. Now I cannot fight you and I do not want to. I want you on this team. I need you to be a leader, and that means being a part of this team and supporting this team, or you may need to go find joy in a different job. The good news for me was she lined up. She wanted to be a leader and loved hearing that the team and I saw her as a leader. She had no idea she was creating problems for the team. In her mind, she was just laying out what the obstacles to success were. She thought everybody else was leaving the meeting and going through the same process she was. She now knew that she had the power to change and control the situation. She also knew I would fire her before I promoted her if she did not change. The good news is she changed and became one of my best employees. That said, I had similar conversations with other employees like her, and unfortunately they could not change, so I helped them to find opportunity elsewhere. The important part is to have the conversations. But before we can even have the conversation, we should ask ourselves what we have done as the leader to make them aware of their issues. More important, we must make them aware of the impact they have on the team. In many cases, life suckers are not aware that they are life suckers. It is easy to blame them before we blame ourselves. And yes, we should be sensitive to situations outside the office that might be affecting them. But even if the struggles are the result of personal problems, we cannot be hesitant in our approach. By all means, be sensitive, but life suckers have brought their problems to our teams and made their problems everyone's problems. Fellow team members and customers are also feeling it and find it difficult to breathe when the air gets sucked out of the room. During my workshops, I ask leaders, if someone stole $1,000 from the company, would you fire them? Without fail, everyone says yes. The scary fact is, life suckers with negative attitudes will cost at least 10 times that much money over and over again. In business, just as in life, we are judged by our actions, not by our words. Leaders must believe that having a great attitude is important, and then mandate it. We are not being nice to the life suckers when we avoid this. We are being mean to those who are not life suckers. There are right and wrong ways to approach these employees, but leaders must not be selfish and scared. We must make life suckers aware of their attitudes, give them an opportunity to change, and make the change ourselves if they refuse. You can work on being understanding, but there is no excuse for letting the behavior just go on. The good guy. Leaders often think of their bad employees as bad people. They think about the people who lied about their skills, or who were abusive to their teams, or who committed a crime. And do not get me wrong, these actions are bad. But not all bad employees are bad people. Many times they are the nicest people in the world, but a bad fit for a particular job. Bad hires can be good guys and have all the positive energy and passion in the world, but we did not find out they lacked the skills until they took the field. This is why the good guy is the hardest of the tough decisions to deal with emotionally. We like them, we really like them. Good guys do lots of things right, give us everything they have, and truly are doing their best. Unfortunately, it is not good enough. Whether it is a lack of skills or just the wrong job to begin with, they cannot move up. Whatever the reason, they are good guys but bad employees. I am a likable guy who loves football, but I would be a bad draft pick for an NFL team, even if I gave every game my all. They would be foolish to waste a roster spot on me. Truth is, we like to believe that you can do anything you want to do in life. But that does not mean you are going to be good at it, or that you will develop the skills and confidence to do it. Good guys come to us in many ways. Sometimes we are desperate enough to look past the missing skills on a resume, to focus only on the people we like. Sometimes we promote someone we really like, but whose new responsibilities lie outside their current field of expertise. Have the right people doing the right things at the right time. Not everyone is equal in every way. No matter the reason, when good guys go bad, it is usually obvious to everyone, including the good guys. They may try harder, work later, and give it their all. But at the end of the day, they go home disappointed or frustrated, in many cases feeling bad not just about their job but about themselves. As leaders, we do not want to hurt their feelings, so we keep encouraging them long after the expiration date. We tell them to keep trying, but this leads to our being frustrated, the team struggling, and the good guy feeling shame, embarrassment, and guilt. Dealing with good guys is hardest when they are longtime employees who are not complacent but simply stuck. I have a client with a great team of leaders who all, for the most part, care about their jobs. One of these leaders is one of the nicest and most genuine guys I have had the opportunity to work with. Mr. Good Guy, or Mr. G for short, has been with the company for more than 10 years and in the industry for 30 years. He had great knowledge and his efforts were just as great. However, there was a problem. No matter how many hours he worked or how hard he tried, he could not grasp the concept of leading a sales team, and he was the vice president of sales. Mr. G understood the sales process, but he could not grasp team development. Mr. G would probably not admit this to anyone, but I knew he knew it. Drive, desire to do the job, and pride kept him going, but it was not enough. No amount of effort or care will get Mr. G to the top, because he is in the wrong job. And it would be my client's failure if they did not address the problem and continued to let Mr. G struggle by not making the tough decision to confront him. It was not that Mr. G was not good at the game. He was like a lineman being asked to play quarterback. I told my client, you are doing him an injustice by allowing him to stay in his role and go on struggling. If you do not move him sooner rather than later, you will ruin him and in turn lose a great contributor to the team. By placing him in a better fit like vice president of operations, he would skyrocket to stardom. He would be happier in the end and more successful, and the organization would benefit. My client agreed in theory, but still could not bring himself to confront Mr. G and make the change. If he had, he might have learned what I have after years of coaching. The good guy's underperformance may be difficult to confront, but the results can be some of the most rewarding tough decisions in the long run. After all, someone has to help a person like Mr. G to get out of his situation, even if it means offering less money or a demotion, and that person is his leader. Leaders do good guys no favors by keeping them in a job in which they are miserable and feel altogether inadequate. Most times, even with the demotion, they are happier than doing something they really cannot do well. Many times in my career, I have had employees like Mr. G, employees who had to sit down with me to discuss their placement. At these meetings, they were mad and upset with me, but always, each time they called or emailed later and said they were happier. I believe it is because they were now doing something they could be successful doing. Having the ability, discipline, courage, and commitment to help our people be better, even when it means making tough decisions, is what leads to success. Stop assessing the problems but not making the changes. Make the tough decisions about these types of employees, and everyone will benefit. Takeaways. Make tough decisions. It is never the right decision to keep a person who is not the best fit in the job. Once you know a person is not a good fit for a job, your job as a leader is not to be selfish and avoid conflict, but to make a move. Remember, all great long-term rewards require short-term work and pain. Complacency can kill results, morale, and success faster than the competition in any industry or market. If someone has a bad attitude, it is their fault, but if you pay them, it is your fault. Chapter 8. Treat the victim disease. 20% identifying victims. 20% helping victims. 50% removing victims. Help them recognize their disease or help them move on. In the 1993 movie Addams Family Values, Pugsley and Wednesday are sent to a summer camp. Wednesday battles constantly with the prim, privileged, and protected Amanda. At the lakefront, the overeager counselor, Gary, prepares the campers to learn about life-saving. He makes Wednesday and Amanda buddies. Now one of you will be the drowning victim, and the other one gets to be our lifesaver, Gary says. I will be the victim, Amanda shouts proudly. All your life, Wednesday replies. A lot of leaders, including myself, could have used Wednesday's expertise in identifying who plays the victim for our businesses. Wednesday Addams was right about Amanda, and right on a deeper level too. The problem is that we live in a society that tends to raise victims. We do not teach our kids to fail. We think everyone deserves to win and get a medal. We do not accept that any problem might be because of us. When children think teachers hate them, most parents go in and complain about the teacher. It cannot be the kid. Somebody is causing our children to act this way. Blame it on the teacher, the school, the curriculum, or the school lunch, but not little Susie and not little Johnny. Now little Susie and little Johnny have resumes, and chances are one of them is working for us. Identifying the victim disease. In business, the single most defining symptom of victim disease is a rapid, never-ending stream of excuses. Those most severely infected never run out of people or things to blame. They make any lack of success beyond their control. Victims justify their performance or lack of performance by blaming the lack of opportunities. In their warped world, everything is an attack upon them. When challenged on this point, victims typically respond by going into defensive lockdown. All this, if not recognized, addressed, and removed, will become the greatest enemy of a team's winning attitude. Victims can affect results and morale as much as any underperformer. A lot of people behave like victims because we allow them to be victims. They thrive in businesses because leaders allow them to be victims and have no desire to hold them accountable for their victiming. The problem is, we are not dealing just with the victims we already have. We are hiring them to work for us. We could have avoided hiring many of those infected with victim disease in the first place. But most leaders do not do the work to identify obvious victims during the hiring process. Sometimes this is because those leaders are victims themselves, and we like people who are like us. It is not that these leaders are acting maliciously. They are acting sympathetically, which is one of the reasons sympathy is not a characteristic of a strong leader. When someone says I could not do this or achieve that, the leader thinks I had the same problem. This person never had a chance. I will give him a chance. More often, though, we fail to spot victims in the hiring process by failing to ask the right questions. We must ask questions that offer a prospective hire a chance to make excuses and blame someone or something for why they have not achieved anything. The easiest thing to listen for in interviews are answers to questions that find out if a person will blame other people or things outside of their control. A simple question like, have you ever been part of a project that failed, but it was not your fault, will fast let me know if I have a potential victim in front of me. A victim will answer something like, I did my part, but the other department did not get their piece in right. The answer may be true, but how the person answers it tells me as much about that person as what he or she said. Is he or she defensive? Is he or she angry? Is he or she resentful? Are they taking any responsibility? Here are some other questions that can lead to a round of the blame game. If people have already left their previous employer, ask them why and then follow up with, can you go back, and would they hire you back? Listen for how much they point a finger at someone or something else, for any reasons why not. Ask them to describe their favorite boss and their least favorite boss, and listen to how they describe them. Do they naturally just start blaming the least favorite boss for their problems? Ask them to talk about good and bad relationships they had at work. Listen for where they take responsibility and where they abdicate it. Simply put, victims do not take responsibility for their actions or their failures. I remember interviewing a person for a manager's position who mentioned how his current boss did not let him be successful. He said if I could only do things my way, I would be more successful. He told me about situations that failed because of others, but he could not name any failure of his own. By asking the candidate how or why this was true, I might have seen the flashing sign over his head screaming victim. But I was blind and he had the resume and the answers I was looking for. He seemed likable enough, so I hired him. Only later, with the coaching and help of my boss, did I start to see the characteristics of his victim disease. I realized the negative effects they had on our business and our leadership team. If I had done a better job of recognizing his victim disease and avoiding it, I would have done a better job for my team. I understood that I could not go back and change the past. So as a leader, it was now my job to treat the victim. Recognizing and dealing with victims. So how do we recognize a person with victim disease already in our business? It can be difficult to recognize when someone is acting like a victim, because one thing victims will not do is call themselves victims. In many cases, they do not see themselves that way. I say this as someone who has regrettably hired his fair share of victims, missing the signs, which I did not recognize at the time. Leaders in the position of dealing with victims in their businesses remember the coaching principles. Embrace the conflict and face the problem. Confronting victims brings conflict and a lot of it, but this is the only way to help the person and the team. Be prepared. Practice your meeting with a peer or a mentor prior to the meeting. Help the victim understand why you see him or her as a victim. Most important, show them that being a victim is costing them as an individual and is affecting the team and the organization. Help the victim understand that being a victim is a choice, and not being a victim is a choice as well. As leaders, it is our job to do 3 things. First, identify victims. Second, help them recognize their beliefs and behaviors. Third, help them go from victims to victors or go someplace else. Recently, the owner of the fitness club where I work out brought me in to help him coach his team of personal trainers. His concern was how these trainers were communicating with his customers. He wanted the trainers to understand how what they say and do reflects on them and on the business as a whole. Any trainer and gym can get results, but good communication would differentiate him from his competitors. It would build relationships and generate great word of mouth. As I started talking to and working out with the trainers, I zeroed in on one trainer immediately. He was an athlete with a real chip on his shoulder. Now I am not an athlete, nor do I have much experience with weightlifting. This trainer, whom I would see a couple of times a week, became extremely impatient with me. He was upset because I could not remember what a power clean, one of the moves, looked like from one session to the next. But it was not just me, he seemed to rub everyone the wrong way. He yelled at the part-time staff to clean up quicker. He yelled at a friend of mine as she worked out, because he felt she was not taking her workout seriously and he made her feel stupid. I tell every client I work with what I tell myself. It is our job to make people feel special. That is not just for salespeople, the hospitality industry, or customer service. Maybe you have a product that makes someone feel special, or you use words that make someone feel special when they walk into your office. Whatever it is, the best people make other people feel special. Victims never make anyone feel special, except those who enable them. This trainer seemed not to know that rule and had forgotten he was there to serve us. So I pulled him aside and asked him why he was so angry with me and why he thought people like me were even there. He immediately got defensive and even seemed offended by my questions. People like you do not listen, he said, because they do not want to get better. They just want to come in and play. He was frustrated that he takes his job so seriously, while everyone else comes in just to play. He did not care that I, like most of his clients, had busy lives and came to him to escape. His life might be wrapped around weightlifting and training, but for his clients, it was a 1-hour task in the day. He thought we were not serious about it, did not love it, or did not care about it. That did not mean it was not a priority for us. I tried to explain all of this to him to show him he was missing the point. We found value in this escape to the gym, and he needed to make us feel special during that time. I wanted him to see it was like owning a bar. We go to a bar to escape our worries, but when you own the bar, it is your worry. As I pressed him further and asked why he thought it was acceptable to yell, the excuses started about why he was the way he was. His bosses, they renewed my contract, but they will not let me do what I want to do. It went on and on with lines like that. It was all about poor little hims. One day I showed up and he was sitting over in a corner pouting. When I asked him why, he said, well, I was not supposed to come in today. I told him they were paying him, and if they wanted him to stand on his head and spin like a top, then he should spin like a top. His job was to make a difference for the people who pay the gym and for the bosses who pay him. And that led to an entirely new conversation, full of excuses regarding his childhood and college woes. Unfortunately, this trainer had a terminal case of victim disease, and eventually, after 90 days, my client fired the guy. A couple of weeks later, someone told me they had lunch with him. They told me he said, well, they wanted me to be fired. He said they put him in situations where he would lose his temper, so they could fire him. Everything from what he was required to do to his attendance to what he got paid, someone did something wrong to put him in that spot. Unfortunately, he will probably play the victim the rest of his life. Change the victim to victor or change the player. At Sprint, my team supported companies, such as Radio Shack and Best Buy, that sold our products and services. Once, when I took over a new market, one of the existing sales managers told me the reason the team was struggling. We cannot sell our product out there because it does not work well enough. How was this person a victim? On the face of it, this certainly sounded as if the team had a legitimate reason for failing to build its business. It was true that we launched a product with network coverage inferior to that of some of our competitors 3 years before. In the 3 years since, our coverage and products had gotten significantly better and worked as well as anyone else's in the market. By maintaining the excuse that our products did not work well enough, this sales manager could rationalize any lack of success. I hear similar complaints from leaders and teams in every industry. My product or service just is not competitive with the other products out there. Victims accept this as fact and thus an insurmountable obstacle. But as happened at Sprint, facts can change, and sometimes those obstacles are not insurmountable at all. Look at the top performers on the same team as the victim. Are they struggling too? Are they focusing on how bad things are or working hard to overcome them? What really did not work well enough at Sprint was my sales manager. Obstacles in life and business are facts. Bad things happen and people do bad things. But being a victim in response to those obstacles or actions is a choice. We all face obstacles, but victims do not know the difference between an obstacle and an excuse. Obstacle, excuse, solution. An obstacle is a fact. It is a problem we must and can overcome, such as competition, industry issues, the economy, or market trends. An excuse is a choice. It is a reason why we cannot overcome the obstacle to achieve our goal, or why we lost the game. A solution is a result. It is how we overcame the obstacle to win or push forward on achieving our goals. Because of his performance and because he still felt it was not his fault, and that the company was the one to blame for his failure, I encouraged my sales manager to go out and have a fresh start. I told him that this team was not a good fit for him. I told him he was probably right that the company and I had failed him, but not for the reason he thought. I had failed him because I was unable to help him treat his victim disease. That is because I do not believe victim disease is terminal, and I do not believe all victims are worthless to a company. I believe people can change their beliefs and behaviors if they decide to do so. Leaders should help victims see the power that no longer blaming other people or circumstances can give them. It makes them better people. Leaders must help those who make the choice to be a victim to make better choices, or we have to help them move outside the team or company. That is our choice. It is not enough to help victims fight their disease. Leaders must continue to coach them, because the disease can return. As coaches and leaders, we cannot change those who do not want to change. So we must be able to recognize the signs of a refusal to change and remove those victims from the organization. Winning is not about skill, it is about mindset. If my client's trainer and my sales manager had listened to what we were saying and recognized their problems, we could have worked with them. But they both accepted no responsibility and no accountability. They kept blaming everyone and everything. In no way did they say, "Help me get better," or "Let me know when I am doing something wrong." Victims who do that open themselves up to further coaching activities, such as scrimmaging. That is how victims become victors. They do what I tell my kids all the time. Do not give any person or thing power to determine your success. We control everything we do and how we do it. Leaders must help victims understand that accepting responsibility does not mean weakness, it means strength. Takeaways: treating the victim disease. Like so much in coaching, the easy part is identifying this problem. The hard part is addressing it and fixing it. Most victims do not know they are victims or do not see themselves as victims. Recognize the disease and make people aware they have it. Then remove the victim disease from the person or remove the person from the team. Know that leaders who are victims can create more victims because they sympathize with them and they enable them to remain victims. Look for the blame game when interviewing prospective new hires. Chapter 9. Avoid the biggest management traps. 50% knowing what the traps are. 50% knowing how to get out of them. Despite all I know about turning managers into coaches and striving to be a coach myself, I still fall into management traps. These traps keep great leaders and managers from being great coaches. I know what the traps are and even see them coming sometimes, but I have to work hard to avoid them. Unless we make conscious efforts to avoid these traps or have an exit strategy when we do not, we will stay snared and struggle in them. Eventually, we will give up on some, if not all, of the coaching skills and principles we have worked on so far. So before I let you go from the activities and actions of coaching to the culture of coaching, I want to cover the 5 biggest management traps coaches fall into. The 5 biggest management traps. Trap number 1, coaching is difficult and redundant. Trap number 2, my team is already great. Trap number 3, checking the box. Trap number 4, allowing bottom performers to leave on their own timeline. Trap number 5, not believing. Trap number 1, coaching is difficult and redundant. Coaching is a time-consuming and often repetitive activity. We love to say focus on the basics, but it takes constant effort for our actions to match these words. The trap is rationalizing the time and difficulty of sustaining a culture when we say, "I do not have the time to coach anymore." We also hear that excuses ugly stepsisters. Our people already know this stuff and we have already practiced this topic. To stay on course and stay out of this trap, remind yourself and your team that although we have already worked on skills, we cannot stop practicing them. A professional baseball player will practice catching grounders and pop flies from a tee-ball until he retires. He never believes he is perfect. The practice is rarely new and exciting, but the desire to become a better professional and keep getting better is. The same is true in business. If we keep focusing on being better at everything we do, then our business will get better. Sure, it is easier to start than sustain. Often leaders get pumped out of the gate and start doing all the right things. They scrimmage once a week as a team, conduct coaching one-on-one sessions, and really focus on growing each team member. But then, like a child with a new toy, we feel the newness and fun start to wear off, and so does the excitement. There should be no excuses for not seeing and anticipating this. We know this will happen, sometimes within weeks. It will happen, and we must be prepared to avoid the trap. The best exit strategy from trap number 1 is to stay committed to things like scrimmaging, team recognition, and reward programs. Get your team involved more and more in planning and executing them. Be careful not to cop out and delegate your coaching activities. Do not delegate actions to someone else just because it bores you. Do that and you rip off your team, depriving them of what they deserve, which is your time and commitment. Then, even if you think your team is great, do not stop doing the right things. Trap number 2, my team is already great. I have 4 children and I can honestly say they are all perfect. My oldest is wicked smart. My 11-year-old daughter has one of the biggest hearts and generous souls of anyone you have ever met. My 3-year-old has the most magnetic energy and a presence that makes you love her. My 2-year-old is beautiful and the strongest 2-year-old girl I have ever seen. If my praise sounds familiar to you, you are probably parents saying the same things about your kids. or you are the friend of those parents who wishes they would shut up about their kids. Either way, you know what I means. Sometimes leaders like parents take this exaggerated, see no imperfections attitude toward their team. Maybe we feel obligated to sing their praises in the way parents do their kids. Or maybe we think, well, duh, they are on my team, so of course they are awesome. There may be kids out there smarter and more gifted than my kids, but my kids are my family and I cannot replace them. Unlike with family, as a business leader, you cannot get attached to an idealized version of your team. We must ask who on my team is not performing to the team's standards. Then we need to move them up to the standards and then raise the standards. In professional sports, teams draft new and more talented players every year. They do this not because they hate their current team, but because their job is to find the best talent and place them on the team. In business, we must remember everyone is replaceable. Yes, this is a harsh reality, but it is a real one. Everyone is valuable but not necessary. Be willing and able to look at your team subjectively and ask some hard questions regularly. Can this person take our team to the next level? If I left the company, which of them would I want to take over the team? It is normal for leaders to respect and care about their teams, especially those who have been with us for a long time. But everybody must still earn their roster spot every year. Do not allow personal emotions to keep you from making the best professional decisions. Doing the right thing is sometimes hard, but never wrong. Trap number 3, checking the box. This trap could also be called the going through the motions trap. It is too easy to do a task and check the box merely to say that we have done it. We may not even realize we have fallen into this trap, but the consequences can be especially drastic if the team follows like lemmings. What are the signs of this trap? We start having scrimmages just to have them, or give a game ball just to do something. We stop planning even for the most important activities. I recently had a client call me on a Friday morning to tell me he was about to have his weekly practice. He was trying to throw together his agenda real quick, just minutes before the meeting. We all have done this at one time or another, but we cannot stop giving the same amount of respect and dedication to our teams. We must give them the coaching that we want our teams to give to us. That is checking the box, and it is often the first step to stopping these activities entirely. This is no different from what happens every spring when I bring our boat to the house for spring cleaning. My kids love this day not, and everyone has a job. After about 20 minutes, my oldest daughter, who is tasked with cleaning the seats, says, "Daddy, I am done." "No way you cleaned all of those seats that fast," I tell her. She very confidently responds, "Yes, I did, look for yourself." Turns out she did exactly what she thought was right. She put cleaner on one of the seats and wiped it onto every seat. Every seat was wiped but far from clean, and some were dirtier than others. I took this as a teachable moment. I took the cleaner and started to clean one of the front seats. I sprayed and scrubbed and sprayed and scrubbed. My seat was really clean, and I asked my daughter, "Do you see a difference in the seat I cleaned and the ones you cleaned?" She said, "Yes, but that is because you are bigger and stronger." I said, "Not really, honey, the reason is that our intentions are different. I am cleaning the seat with the intention and goal to make this seat look brand new. Your intention or goal was just to get it done." The only way to avoid checking the box is to make sure we are involved as much as possible, so that we hold ourselves accountable in front of our teams. Recommit to coaching the team with the intention that you will make them better every week, every month, and every year. Do it with the goal to help them grow and grow their careers. Coach with great intent and you will gain great players. Trap number 4, allowing bottom performers to leave on their own timeline. We have talked a lot about focusing on top performers and dealing with decent performers who have bad attitudes. But that does not mean leaders can focus only on these people and let our poorest performers decide on their own to leave the company. We should be taking the initiative to usher them out the door. Taking that easy way out and lapsing back into the selfish, conflict-avoiding, unaccountable management culture sends a negative message. It also leads to a crisis of sorts. By the time underperforming employees make the decision to leave, they will most likely have taken their quality of work down to rock bottom. The other team members will have noticed it, and this sends a message to others that we do not value those who go beyond and do their best. Now it is the company, not the underperforming employee, who looks suspect. If poor performers are leaving of their own volition, then something must be wrong with the coach and the organization, not just the person. The team will think she made the decision to leave, not her boss, so I bet she is right. It is good to give underperformers a chance to improve before showing them the door. But what we cannot do is allow underperformance to become acceptable and turn into the status quo. Do not wait for anyone to leave of his or her own accord. Hire fast, fire faster, and hold everyone accountable, no matter how much conflict ensues. Trap number 5, not believing. This trap can be the cause of much heartbreak and brings us back to where we started. I call this trap the "I do not believe we can, but I do not believe my team knows that, so it is okay" trap. Here is how it goes. Leaders set logical goals for their teams and tell the team members that they can achieve them. But they do not really believe the members have it in them to do so. Then the leaders' interactions betray their infidelity. Belief cannot be faked, not long-term at least, and not in the dynamic of team interaction. Trust me, just as our kids know when we are not being truthful, so do our teams. As leaders, we not only need a play-to-win mentality, but also have to believe it. If we lack faith in our teams to win, then we should not be leading them. No matter the business or sport, no team or athlete can show up expecting to lose. That is as much a reflection of the coach as anything else. In becoming coaches, leaders are given greater challenges than they have faced in the past. At first glance, they can feel overwhelmed and have doubts. That is okay, but remember to be logical, not realistic, even when it comes to the act of coaching itself. None of what we have covered in this book is easy. Some of it may seem far from realistic at times, but I assure you, the only thing that keeps anything from being possible is not believing. You must believe in your team and make that team believe in themselves. Do not ignore the obstacles or the enormous challenges you are facing. Strive to overcome them and you will achieve greatness. Remember, an obstacle in business can be as easy to get around as a closed street in your hometown. Or it can be as difficult as keeping your kids out of harm's way. Belief is a choice, the essential choice in coaching. So what is yours? Takeaways. Avoiding the biggest management traps. Always mandate coaching activities and skills of coaching for your team and yourself. Sustain the coaching activities and actions you have put in place. Be proud of your team, but do not have an idealized vision of them. Hire fast, fire faster. Always believe in what you preach and do. Chapter 10. The desire to win. To succeed as coaches, leaders need a culture that supports the activities of coaching. 33% coaching skills, 33% committing to and developing the team, 24% mandating a winning attitude. A client asked me the other day, what is more important, winning or not losing? At first I thought winning. Then I answered something different, the desire to win. Yes, I want the people who work for me to think like Dale Earnhardt. He said second place is just the first place loser. I want my team to say we are going to win every race, and if we lose, we just ran out of time. But coaches know this desire to win comes from more than the activities and actions of coaching. No coach or superstar athlete can win it all alone. They need a team that shares their desire, improves their skills, and has something more. They need a culture that supports a desire to win and fields winning teams with winning attitudes year after year. That is how great sports franchises and dynasties are made. They build on a winning mindset. In business, it is the same. It is not enough that leaders know how to coach and develop skills if their organization does not embrace a culture that supports the change from managing to coaching. Understanding and implementing the principles, actions, and activities of coaching have the potential to create, develop, and grow winning teams. But they are only part of what turns great leaders into great coaches. Winning coaches, teams, and organizations must also have winning mindsets. Top to bottom, they must mandate the belief in a desire to win, hold people accountable for it, and force leaders to get more involved with the teams to maintain it. Those are the essential, highly integrated characteristics of a coaching culture. We cover the desire to win, accountability, and getting on the field with your team. Leaders who are coaches know their number one priority is to coach their teams. This means working with them to make them better as a team. Success comes down to one essential principle. Leaders expect only what we inspect. If we do not inspect it, do not expect it. I will say it one last time. One of the greatest mistakes leaders make in business today is to live by a lazy philosophy. They say I hire great people and get out of their way so they can do their jobs. That is why managers in management cultures do not coach much, if at all. The culture of the organization does not support the depth of involvement needed to coach, let alone mandate it. Time-consuming coaching activities, the constant need to motivate the team, and the inevitable conflict can add up to one huge beatdown for leaders. It takes a lot of work to make tough decisions, to coach people up or out, and hold ourselves accountable for all of it. The desire to win starts with a desire to get involved. Once in the middle of a presentation I was making, the founder and CEO of the company stood up. He said, "I do not think I agree with you. I pay my people to do their jobs and think for themselves, not to have me constantly micromanaging and telling them how to do it." "I appreciate that," I said. "You make a valid point. But I want you to consider another way of looking at it. To grow and develop our people, we want them to benefit from our experience and know we support them. We want them striving for more and not be left to wonder if they are doing the right things. Yes, they need to express their own creativity and be allowed to make mistakes and grow without hand-holding. But even leaders need and want leadership. As their coaches, we should be there to guide, encourage, and push them. Then we must mandate that they do the same for the teams who report to them." My point was not to challenge the CEO or to be disrespectful. I was not telling this CEO to hire people who wait for him to tell them what is right and what to do. I believe in creating a team of people who push themselves, go out, take chances, and make big decisions. They may sometimes screw up big, but they will always ultimately succeed big. I simply wanted to get him to stop confusing coaching activities with micromanaging. Look at it this way. If I could show the people who work for me how to make $1 million a month for my company, what would I do? Would I want them to figure it out on their own? Would I give them a short summary and then leave them alone? Or would I tell them how to do it, step by step, and then stay involved to push and encourage them to succeed? Of course, the answer is to stay involved. Who better to do this than you? I say we give our teams all the tools, direction, leadership, and the depth of our experience. We must put them in the best possible position to succeed. As a leader, I have the ability and the responsibility to instill a desire to win. I do this by putting my team in the position to win, with support, guidance, and encouragement. Leaders might be concerned that if we spend all this time coaching the top people, those people are just going to leave. They might take what they learned somewhere else to compete against us. Come on, we give ourselves way too much credit. Nobody is that smart or that good. That is useless worrying. We will benefit from a top performer's work as much as they benefit from our knowledge. Simply put, stop thinking that someone recruiting from your team is a bad thing. It is actually a great thing, even if it is a client or a potential business partner. The more people who work for us and are coached to a new level with a deep desire to win, the better. When they get recruited from our teams for better jobs, our network becomes stronger, and we build a reputation for creating winners. Those former employees know that we made them better. That is the foundation for powerful relationships that never expire. Coaches get involved in the beginning, and micromanagers get involved in the end. Think of it the way my client, Ken Smith, does. He asks, what if we did not train these people and did not invest in them and they stayed? Micromanaging versus getting involved. Merriam-Webster defines micromanage as trying to control all the small parts of an activity in a way that is usually not wanted. Does that sound like what coaches do when performing the activities of coaching? That is not the kind of involvement that leads to top performance and a desire to win. Sports teams and their superstars do not resent the involvement of the coaches who help them win. So why should the people who work for us? Managers who are not involved with their teams tend to get involved only when there is a problem. We cannot coach a team that always views our involvement in the negative. For example, I was leading a coaching workshop for vice presidents at a Fortune 100 financial company. We were talking about the need to get involved to develop their teams of agents. One of them said, "I do not worry about my people's activity until the results are bad. As long as the numbers are good, I do not break down activity." I break it down when things are bad. That is exactly what leads to micromanaging, getting involved only in the negative. If I manage activities solely as a response to people not doing their jobs, then all my involvement will be perceived as micromanaging. People do not grow and develop a desire to win if there is no culture that mandates it. A multi-million-dollar client of mine in the construction business had an issue with its site manager. He was in charge of installing the underground equipment for the entire project. This site manager knew everything in the world about pipes, but he lacked the ability to work and communicate well with other companies. Everyone hated him, and my client was suffering because of it. Construction is more than just building. For example, one day, the site manager needed to make sure a pipe was installed before another company did their site work. But because the other company did not like the site manager, they went ahead and built their section without letting my client know. My client now had to find a way to work around this issue. It led to 2 days in delays and increased labor and material costs. As much as this was a reflection on the unlikability of the site manager, the bigger picture had everything to do with leadership. They failed to address the site manager's inability to manage effective business relationships. Thus, the issue with this project had been managed as a result, but never coached, so it would not happen again. If the issue had been coached, the leader of all the site managers would have anticipated situations like this. They would have done mock scrimmages multiple times on how to build effective relationships on the job site. They would not wait until there was a problem and then attempt to fix it. My client would have solved a problem before it happened, or at least known that the site manager needed help solving it. That is the mindset of a coach in a coaching culture. Get involved before there is a problem, and get involved to win by focusing on what matters most are people. Focus on the roots, not the fruits. Too often, leaders focus on revenue, sales, and employee satisfaction as issues disconnected from our people. But they are fruits of our labor and efforts. They cannot fully be achieved without focusing on the roots of our business, our people. When we focus on our team members' skills, which are the roots, they will continue to bear great results, which are the fruits. I believe all business leaders can do this, regardless of their own skill set. They just need the mindset and must develop their skills as coaches. Coaches do not have to have better skills than the team. At the start of this book, I said one of the main reasons leaders do not coach is that they are afraid to find out that those people are not as good as they thought. But actually, there is a more selfish fear. We think by coaching we will be found out that we are not as good as some, if not all, of our players. But what coach is? Hank Haney could not hit a ball farther than Tiger Woods. Bill Belichick cannot throw a pass like Tom Brady. Even good players who became incredibly successful coaches never had the skills of their superstars. Superstars in most sports sometimes become coaches, but more often they become consultants and board members. The greatest sports coaches can coach those superstars with confidence and a winning attitude without ever worrying they need to prove something as their equals. Do you think Michael Phelps did not listen to Bob Bowman because Bowman never made it beyond his college swim team? Bella Caroli competed in the hammer throw, not gymnastics. Did that stop Nadia Comaneci or Mary Lou Retton from listening to him and getting perfect tens? What makes leaders in business think this way? A coach's job is not to be as good as the team. A coach's job is to make the team and all its players better than they were yesterday. At Sprint, I knew a 21-year-old who we felt had the desire to win and a coaching mindset. She had done excellent work as an assistant manager of a thriving retail store. So Sprint promoted her to manager of a large store that was in dire need of a new direction. Moments into her first day on the job, the assistant manager made it very clear that she did not think the new young manager could do anything better than she could. I asked the new manager how she handled this rebuke. She said that she recognized the victim disease in the assistant manager right away. Feeling you get passed over for a job and using that as an excuse to be negative is something victims do. No one gets passed over for a job. That assistant manager was simply not the best fit and the right person for the job at the time. That does not mean the person could not be the right person eventually. But she would never get there without being coached to have a desire to win that turns victims into victors. So the new manager confronted the assistant manager to see if this was possible. Let me ask you, do you think this store can perform better than it is? She asked the assistant manager. Nope, it is in a bad location. There is never enough inventory, the staff is not very good, and our coverage is worse, replied the assistant manager. Anything else? The new manager asked. The demographics are all wrong in this market, and our phones are terrible, added the assistant manager. Well then, you are right, it cannot perform better, she said. Not with those beliefs. What the new manager had quickly realized is that things would never get better, because the assistant manager believed those obstacles could not be overcome. Meanwhile, the new store manager never stopped believing they could be overcome, and was prepared to make the team believe it too. She came into the failing store and said, "At my other store, we faced the same issues we face here, and we were getting terrific results when I left. That means that we can get these results." There would be hard work involved, but she genuinely believed success would come. She had a leadership plan that included revitalizing the team, developing each player, and expecting everyone to have a positive attitude and a desire to win. She did not believe the past should predict their future. What had been good enough was no longer good, it was unacceptable. That is what sparked a change in the attitude of the entire team. She reset the expectations. One of the first things she implemented as part of her coaching were regular practice and scrimmaging sessions. As the manager learned where a problem existed, the next day, that problem would become part of practice sessions. Sometimes, because of the need to solve an urgent problem, they were done immediately, off the floor, even in the stockroom. They scrimmaged simple, basic things like customer greetings. They practiced how to pay attention to the customer you are with, while acknowledging the ones coming in the door. They scrimmaged how to make people feel welcome in person and on the phone. Soon, they worked up to presenting new information and anticipating customer questions so they could establish trust. The manager held all team members accountable for these scrimmages and the broader plan. Through the scrimmages alone, the team and the store started to improve. She asked them to commit to the team and told the poorest performers, "Change your beliefs or we change you." Employees who wanted to be part of the team went from just showing up to practicing certain skills together. Unfortunately, the assistant manager did not get any better. She rejected the coaching efforts of the new manager, telling her that scrimmaging would not work. When the manager tried to implement a change, the assistant manager made sure to tell her that was not how they used to do it. Walk into any store or any department in any office, and if the energy is negative, go find their leader. I promise you will find the problem because that leader will be just like them. Very rarely do you see a positive, strong, committed leader in charge of a low-performing negative team. The reverse is true too. You will not find high-performing, positive, and driven teams working for negative, unmotivated managers. Think about that when you picture the perception of your teams. It should come as no surprise that the assistant manager at that Sprint store was soon fired. The excuses never stopped. She was uncoachable. She would not go from victim to victor, so the manager had the tough conversation. In fact, half the staff left, and it took weeks to make all the changes the new manager wanted. But by addressing the assistant manager directly, it made everyone who stayed realize that excuses were not going to be accepted anymore. Those excuses were now just obstacles to resolve and removed by the leader with her team. She showed the team how to believe in themselves, and that translated into everything they did. 6 months in, her store became the #1 performing store in the district. In the end, it did not matter that the new manager was only 21 years old or had less retail experience. She simply made sure the people responsible for those jobs performed well and mandated top performance and practice from all of them. As leaders, we want our employees to know more about their jobs than we do and come up with ways to do them even better. It does not matter if the people on the team are older, have more experience, or are smarter than us. None of those things should be qualifications for being a coach or being successful as a coach. Think of it this way. It was not the biggest superstars who wrote the famous charity songs alone and invited everyone to pull it together. The leaders are the ones who pull it all together and make it happen. They make the team believe they can do it, motivate them to want to be a part of it, and inspire countless projects. Takeaways. The desire to win. The desire to win and the belief in winning is essential for a coach to succeed. Inspect what you expect. Coach skills, not tasks. Leaders get paid to coach and develop their people, regardless of title, department, or industry. A coach does not have to be better than the player to make the player better. Chapter 11. A culture of accountability. By not holding our people accountable, we selfishly say to them, "You are just not worth the trouble." 25% embracing conflict, 25% executing regardless of obstacles, 25% growing the flowers, 25% pulling the weeds. My father and I had just attended an event and decided to get lunch at a restaurant we did not know, but was right across the street. Both of us agreed the food was not very good, edible but not good. Just then the manager walked by and asked how everything was, and if we were enjoying our meals. We both looked at him and said, "It is great." Sound familiar? Of course it does. Truth is, we are really lousy at holding people accountable for a poor performance, especially when the stakes are not high. I am not above this. I could not even tell a manager I did not know, in a restaurant I had never been and likely would never go into again, that I did not like the food. Day in and day out, no one tells us we suck. In business, it is even worse. Why is it so hard to establish a culture of accountability and coach people to be better? Why do we always wait until the end of the year to evaluate someone, dreading every moment until it comes? Because we are selfish. Leaders say it is because they are nice and trust their teams to do their jobs. But they really do not want to deal with all the pain of accountability and getting involved. That is not nice, it is selfish. That is not trust, it is the abdication of responsibility for the success of the team, especially of our top performers. It is also lazy and being scared about what we might find if we take the time to coach. We do not want to deal with what comes next, so we do not. But we must mandate this accountability if we want coaching to succeed in our organizations. Accountability makes good employees better and makes bad employees leave. Demand accountability. Let us put this selfish management philosophy into a sports analogy. The Indianapolis Colts drafted Andrew Luck out of Stanford to be the heir apparent to Peyton Manning. Luck showed up on day one of training camp, and his coach said, "Luck, I draft great people and I get out of their way. So here is what we are going to do. I will walk you around the stadium here. I will show you where the locker room, training facilities, equipment, and parking garage are. I will get you set up with a uniform and equipment, give you the playbook, and then you can go off and run some drills on your own to get ready. Great to have you on board. Really excited we got you. I will see you Sunday." There is no way any coach in professional sports would ever do that with any draft pick, let alone their top draft pick. Andrew Luck is going to be on the field every day, practicing harder than everyone to get better. His coach is going to be watching him every minute to make sure of it, just as he did with Peyton Manning before him. That turned out pretty well for them. The coach is going to hold Luck accountable to develop his skills and to commit to the team. Yet in business, we hire someone like Andrew Luck, train him, and let him do his job. There is no skill development or talk about committing to the team. We say it is because we trust him, but really, we do not want to do the work. That is lazy and crazy. When I tell leaders this from the stage, they cannot agree more. They say, "Amen, Brother Nathan." They love the idea. But when we finish and I say, "What are you going to do on Monday?" Demanding accountability in everything that we do and asking the team to do as leaders is essential to our success. Suddenly, the energy leaves the room. They quickly realize that the easy part of coaching is the energy. The hard part is the effort. It is like raising kids. It is amazing how much love and passion we have for them, but the actual work of raising children is brutal. Yet we will hold our kids to standards that we would not even bring up with an employee, especially a veteran one. We will hold a 10-year-old to a higher standard than we will hold an adult to whom we pay tens of thousands of dollars per year. An employee walks up to a customer and is rude. Does not dress right. Shows up late. We would never let our kids get away with that. You know why. It is the intent of why we are doing it. We love our kids so much, and we are scared to death that when they go out in public and do something wrong, it is a direct reflection on us as the parents. Worse, we are scared they will become unproductive adults in the long run. So we hold them accountable. We ground them. We take away their electronics or the car, even though that only makes us suffer. Now we have to hear how they have nothing to do. We cannot send them to the store because we just took away the car. Grounding kids is miserable for parents, but we do it because our intent is to make our kids the best human beings we possibly can. In business, too many leaders just do not care enough about their people when they do things like that. We think they are our responsibility, but they are not our kids, so they are not worth all that effort. We think that is a hard conversation to have, and it is only going to lead to those people defending themselves over and over and saying they did not do it. I get enough of that at home. Do not get me wrong. I am not using parenting analogies in this chapter to say our employees are children or that we act like children. I am saying it is easy to be a manager who lets performance slide, hiding behind the idea that we should hire good people and stay out of their way. If you are like me, you remember your best leaders, teachers, and coaches, pushing you harder than anyone else. They helped shape me, challenged me to be my best self, and held me to a standard higher than the standard to which I held myself. They stopped me in my tracks when I made a small but important mistake, because they knew that small mistake could be the difference between winning and losing. But they truly cared for me and what they did too. Love guided their desire to hold me accountable, to learn and grow. I want leaders to remember what it is like, to give and receive that extra push to do what we know we should do. Consider these questions. Have you ever been grateful that someone just quit, so you did not have to deal with the person anymore? Have you ever treated an employee like someone you were dating and wanted to break up with, but instead of doing it, you avoided them? Have you ever become less attentive, instituted certain rules, and maybe even acted a little bit like a jerk, so an employee would get the message and quit? If we can answer yes to any of these questions, then we have acted selfishly as leaders, avoiding conflict rather than embracing it. It really is us, not them. We must coach our teams and hold them accountable in the same way the best parents and sports coaches do. We do this not to micromanage, stifle creativity, or take their authority, but to push them to be better and win. That is what I did with the top performer, who was sucking the life out of my team in Chapter 7. That is what the store manager did with the staff that wanted to do better in the previous chapter. It worked because we had a culture of accountability to back us up. That is why accountability is mandatory. It may most often lead to coaching people off the team, but it starts with a desire to win and make everybody better. Plus, the replacements for the people lost will more than make up for any perceived loss. The new people are coming into a culture that mandates coaching and believes it is worth the time and effort. Inspect what you expect, grow the flowers. One of my favorite parts about coaching leaders is asking them questions. Are you better today than you were 60 days ago? How about a year ago? Are your people simply more tenured or actually better? What have you really taught them? What can you say they have done that they could not do before? How have you made someone better? No leader can answer these questions positively, or at all, without a culture that mandates full accountability and focuses on making the team better. Now think about each person on your team. Knowing them as you do today, would you rehire them yourself for a new company tomorrow? Be honest and be tough. If you said no or probably not, then you have a problem. Now let me ask you this, do these people know you feel this way? If you said no or probably not, then you have an even bigger problem. In most management cultures, employees do not know how their leaders feel, even when we think they do or should. So here is my challenge to you. Within 48 hours from the time you put this book down, meet with a person you would not hire again. Let them know how you feel, and for 60 days, coach this person into the applicant you would hire, so you can answer the first question above, yes. Before you say you cannot do it, consider this. If your boss thought this way about you, would you want them to tell you? Put together a plan using the principles and playbook from the first parts of this book. Scrimmage the conversation a few times before you sit down with the employee. You can start by simply saying, "Unaccountable person, I value you and want you to be happy here. I have been pondering each person on my team. When I think about you and your performance, attitude, and actions, I realize you cannot truly be happy at this moment. You are not performing up to the full potential I need and require. I have some thoughts on how you can get there, but I first want to know from you if you want to perform to your full potential. If the employee fails to say yes or does not want to meet your expectations, then it is time to fire this person or move them to a different job that is a better fit. This might sound hard-nosed, but it is not. It is hard-nosed and downright mean to let that person stay in that position. The employee may be flabbergasted. After all, you have never held them accountable for these issues until now. That is okay. This is not necessarily a time for corrective action. This is a time to discuss how you see the employee's position and what you would like to see moving forward. Make sure you scrimmage and prepare for these meetings with someone you trust prior to each conversation you have. If you do this with each person you would not rehire, here is my promise. You will be amazed at the response and even pleasantly surprised by some of the turnarounds. Your team will always be better for the weeds you would have pulled anyway, but it will thrive with the flowers that grow in their place. Inspect what you expect and pull the weeds. I used to go into meetings with a struggling employee, planning to have a constructive conversation and set an ultimatum. The employee must start doing better or he will be terminated. Instead, I left the meeting with an action list of all the things I needed to do for this employee to whom I gave the ultimatum. Many leaders laugh at this statement when I use it in my speeches because they know it happens all the time. Well, here is the good news. A coach who leads in a culture that mandates accountability will not let that happen again. First, let us look at how it happens. It starts somewhere in the meeting, usually after I have pointed out to the employee all the things he needs to improve on. Then I say something like, "Now tell me, Mr. Struggling Employee, what can I do for you to help you meet these expectations?" That is when the floodgates of excuses open. All the issues I discussed with this employee become my issues and are likely viewed as my fault. The employee leaves still unaccountable for his problems, and I am left with a to-do list. For example, I was in a corrective action meeting with one of my sales managers. We were discussing his lack of performance, his lack of attention to detail, and his unwillingness to focus on his team's development. I had several specific examples of situations in which he did not perform the required practice meetings with his team and did not hold certain team members accountable for their actions. And then it happened. I asked him the deadly diversion question, "So you know what I expect from you moving forward. What can I do to help you do your job better?" Boy, did he tell me. According to him, I could remove this task and this report, attend to another manager who was not doing his job, eliminate some of the practice sessions, and so on. By the end of the meeting, I had postponed the intended written warning, so I could research these obstacles for him and help him meet my expectations. He walked off without being held accountable for one thing on my list. Fortunately, I worked in a culture that expected accountability. My boss helped me learn from that mistake by understanding what I know now. It is not our job to remove all or any of our team's obstacles. It is our job to coach them to become bigger than the obstacles. To stop this process, do not ever ask employees, "What can I do for you?" Meetings like these are about their performance. After we clarify all the expectations and identify what behaviors or results must change, ask these questions instead. Given this information, do you think you will be able to achieve these expectations? What will you have to do differently to reach these expectations? Then let the employee speak, if for no other reason than to appreciate and come to terms with the gravity of the situation. They are there to justify their continued employment, not ours. Do not leave this or any meeting with a handful of vague promises. Make sure the employee has a clear understanding of how to succeed, and be prepared to deal with what happens if they do not. Accountability may start with embracing conflict, but it fails when we do not have a plan in place to deal with what we are holding the team accountable for. This is where building your bench is particularly important. If a person does not improve, we go through the disciplinary steps of verbal warning, written warning, a final written warning, and then termination. But now finding a quality replacement takes additional time and resources, and getting new staff up to speed takes yet more of our time. If we always had a top quality person ready to take the place of all our bad performers, would we be more willing to hold our people accountable? Yes. The best time to interview for future employees is when we do not need one. But let me also make it clear, we are better off with an open spot than with a bad performer no matter the job. I say this with the humble heart of someone who continues to struggle with all of this. Know what is right and you win every time. I have done it wrong. I have used all of the readily available excuses for not holding people accountable myself. And I know those excuses were a lot easier to make when the organization around me did not mandate that I hold those people accountable and be a coach. So suck it up and pull the weeds and watch your flowers grow. Takeaways. Accountability. Do not be selfish. If a person has a bad attitude, that is their problem. If we are paying them and not holding them accountable, that is our fault. A coach's job is to hire good people and constantly make them better. Getting involved is not micromanaging. It cannot be unwanted or happen only when things go wrong. It must happen with the intent of helping a team member get better. Inspect what you expect. You cannot have accountability by just letting people do their jobs. That is the end of this audio book. If you enjoyed listening, check out my other popular audiobooks in my YouTube channel and consider clicking subscribe and hit that bell notification button so you won't miss future audiobooks. And if you have any recommendations, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. See you in the next one.